everybody. Peace, 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 peace. Welcome to the show. And happy Halloween season, everybody. I hope everybody's doing fine. Hi, Robbie, Lorraine, Alex. So, the weather be mighty feisty on this, a Halloween stream. We got some Halloween surprises for you today. Hi, Green-Eyed Southern Girl, Latoya Andrews, Kev, Nicole Pancake, Stephanie M. We got Latoya in the house, Jordan, Kamato, Robbie Lorraine. I got hair in my mouth. Of course I do, because I put on my lip gloss and everything sticks to it. Gloria Latinos, Debbie, Isla Sky, Kelly Carrick, and I lost my voice already, Shaban. Who else is in the house? Green-Eyed Southern Girl says, hi, Debbie. I said hello. We're beginning already with pointing out stuff I already said. Don't do it. Jojo, Lidovina, Linda Nolasco, Kelly Carrick, Kaneza, Johnny. Hi, Drew and Johnny. How's it going? Lots of new people, says Debbie. Jojo says, very cute intro. First time catching you at the beginning of a stream. Well, I'm glad you're here. Thank you for being with us. And hi, Kanan's eyebrow. How's it going around? Hi, Loewe. Don't do it, little girl. Let me take a sip of my coffee. Oh my God, I made some warm coffee for my vocal cords. I hope everybody's safe. I hope everybody has had a wonderful couple of weeks since our last stream. April Spritz, how's it going? Oh, hi, Dacob. Hi, Dacob. Thumb up the stream, fam. Love the mug. Oh, yes, we got a little here. Surprise! Halloween. Hi, Mrs. Free to Be Me. Robbie Lorraine again. Hi. Coffee. Yeah, we have the coffee. Thumb up the stream. Thank you, Nicole. Oh. Empanada, the mummy. So, also, I want to say happy belated birthday to Vanessa. Hi. I know the family's watching, so happy birthday again! Wanted to say happy birthday also during the stream. I know your birthday was a couple of days ago, but still, I love you so much. Mwah! Happy birthday, sweetie. And hi to the mom and dad and everybody. So there's that. And then today, due to popular demand, and Terry started the petition. Terry was like, are we going to have the Haunted Mansion back for the Halloween season? And I had to dig it out. You know why? Because the Labubus were living all over it. The Haunted Mansion was Labubified fully. So I had to dig it out. The Labubus had to they were very upset. They were very upset. The Labubus were upset because they're like, where are we going to, why? I'm like, well, give me a minute. I need the Haunted Mansion for a couple of weeks, and then we'll give it back to the Labubus. But you guys... Bam, we're back. So you know the drill, just like last year, this gorgeous little complex of mansions. Could it be in gay old Paris? Is it maybe perchance in New York, or is it Londres? Is it Londres, darling? We don't know, but every time you tip, one of you is going to move into the mansion, like we did last year, you know. So tip your host here, bling, 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 there it is. And basically we have stories happening. We had love affairs happening. The drama last year, oh my God. Parties were going on in the mansion. People were basically blacking out in the mansion. Nobody remembered what was going on the next morning. Pool parties, DJs, art exhibitions, some shady stuff we can't really talk about on YouTube. A lot went down in these three buildings, and they're back due to popular demand. This year, we got ourselves the mansion. Okay, so that's a special thing for today. And then, oh my God, we got a lot of topics to talk about. You guys, Chanel, okay. So we have a couple of Chanel topics today, and I gotta say, it's really been exhausting it's been exhausting. I have been reading all the frickin' articles that came out. I'm frickin' crazy. Oh my God, pancakes, my love. Thank you.
Nicole Pancakes tipped $50. Penthouse, please.
Penthouse.
Love you.
Okay, well, I mean, the penthouse is kind of like bubbly. I guess we can do this as a penthouse. What say you? This is big enough to be a penthouse. You know what I mean? So then we take, yeah. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Pancakes is moving into the penthouse, y'all. Who's going to move in with her? Hold on, which color do we do? I think green is invisible. Oh, no, it's visible. It's kind of invisible. Let's try. I'll give you another color in case this one is invisible. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? All right. And we're going to give you a little jack-o'-lantern. Okay. Wait, I forgot how this goes because we did it last year and I made a mistake. Okay, we already made a mistake. Hold on. So I have to attach it here. Oh, I see. Okay, you guys. Yeah, I remember now. We have to cut them because they're too long. Oh my God, the memories. How time flies. We just did this last year. But we zipping it and zooming it again. And we're going to give you a jackal. Oh my God, this jack-o'-lantern though. Nicole. It looks like Nikda. It's not Nikda. It is Nicole. It's just that the L fell in love with the O and the L attached itself to the O. So we know it's Nicole, even though somebody might think it's Nikda. So who wants to move next to Nicole in the fashion mansion, fashion smashing? Anyway, you guys, thank you so much, Nicole. Whoop whoop. We have our first inhabitant of the spooky complex in the penthouse, period. So I've been reading up on articles, you guys. It's like every day a new article would come out on this whole Blasi situation. So annoying. So annoying. Oh my God. And the more I read about it and the more I get irritated and the more I'm like, ugh. And then you see the people posting their, their opinion, their videos, their photos, their commentary on the whole Blasi for Chanel situation. And then everybody has an opinion. And if you dare have a negative opinion of the collection, they tell you, you don't know anything about fashion. And like these like randos, randos who don't even have a freaking avatar picture, profile picture, nothing. They're like, I don't know anything about fashion. Can you talk about Blasi? I'm like, shut up. Just shut up. Oh my God. So anyway, we have a couple of videos. We have a couple of video. Oh yeah, there you go. It's been fun and interesting to see the reaction already, a downfall of Chanel video, right? Well, we know what we like, period, Robbie. So we have a couple of videos to film today on that topic. And then we have a fashion show to review. I'm not going to say which one just yet, but it's a good one. Believe it or not. There was something good this Paris Fashion Week. It wasn't all shitty. I mean, good-ish, but better than all the other stuff, right? All the other crap. So there's that. And then we're going to also talk about Charlie Water. I know we have to now clarify always that Charlie is King Charles. That's the Charles we're talking about. So the Charlie Water update. And we're also going to talk about Hermes. And also, today, for those of you who can stay up really late, but also for those of you who are in Europe and are just about to wake up, we're going to have ourselves an after show. Yes, today is the main show and the after show. Now, the after show today is for Tier 2 members and Tier 2 patrons. So, just letting you know, there's a lot to talk about in the after show. Yeah. a lot of Chanel stuff to talk about in the after show as well, and then of course some shade and drama, but also Halloween stuff, Halloween fashion. Let's see if I manage to do Halloween fashion in the main show. Depends how tired I get. But if I don't manage to do it in the main show, we're definitely going to do it in the after show, because then the atmosphere is a little bit more chill. It's just a little intimate circle of just a couple of us. It's a fun little heifer circle in the after show. Just us heifers. What do you know? So hi, 5'0". How's it going, Kaz? Glad you're here. So also happy birthday, right? Because you did a birthday unboxing. Happy birthday to Kaz. Happy birthday to Vanessa. The happy belated birthday to you too. So Vanessa and Kaz, here's for both of y'all ladies. Hit it, Bubbles. The
Happy birthday to you.
Bubbles.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, I'm living Ferret. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, ladies. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Pew, pew, pew. Mwah, happy birthday. Look, ya only 18 once, both of ya. So enjoy. Enjoy. Kaz and Vanessa, ya both only 18 once. Okay? So, there you go. Enjoy. And don't do anything I wouldn't do. Which is very little at this point. I gotta say, after having lived 237 years, I am as ratchet as they get. There's like very little I wouldn't do, I just, it's a life. Such is life, as they say, such is life, as they say. Also, you get to be my age, you're just like, at a certain point, just like, you don't care what people think. You know what I mean? The whole shtick, I'm like, oh, well, why does my channel have a gazillion viewers? Well, unlike some fashion channels who buy their followers and subscribers, I see you. I keep it all organic. And since I don't go for the whole fake smiles, let's only do likability. Let's fake that everything is dandy and chirpy and chippy, Let's fake it all. No, we don't do that here. Which, of course, damages the likability. But at least you're going to get honesty when you're here. Which we can't say about almost any other fashion channel out there. Now, can we? IYK? YK. Now, let's talk about stuff. I got my little list of the shade. A high SQ. Well, yes. The field is wide open, Debbie. Kaz says, I think I've done it all, period. We've been around the block, honey. We've been around the block a couple of times. And we'll go. Oh my God. Yeah, there's another article that just came out about luxury brands doing their shenanigans. Oh, they're at it again. Let's start with that one because let's start with an easy one to warm up. We're not going to film this one, but I got breaking news. Are we ready with the breaking news thing? There it is. Breaking news. Well, wouldn't you know it? Wouldn't you know it? For once we have news about some crazy shit going down that's not happening in Australia, where usually all the shit goes down. No, this time it's in Paris. And the Louvre was attacked, y'all. Now, this is a picture, copyright-free picture from online. Of the Louvre. And can you believe the audacity? Oh, first of all, Vanessa. Hi, Vanessa. Mom just let me know you said happy birthday. Love you, Dacob. I'm missing you. Universal Studios Horror Nights. You're the best. Oh, Vanessa, love you too, sweetie. Love you so much. Happy belated birthday. And have fun at Horror Nights. So, all right, here's the deal. You guys, some schlomo had the brilliant idea to gather a bunch of schmucks. And they all went to the Louvre. They found out, I think it was an insider job, to be honest with you. They found out that the side wall of the Louvre, they could just put a ladder. They just put a ladder. And I didn't say Aladdin. I said a ladder. No, wait, a ladder is Aladdin and like a ladder. Rub that magic, what's it called? Genie, rub that bottle, baby. Rub that bottle. And so some schmuck put a ladder to the wall of the Louvre, climbed up the ladder, broke into the room with like royal jewels from back in the day when France had a king. France no longer has a king, as it should be. And they took the king's jewels, okay, that are like a gazillion years old, priceless, blah, 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 and la-di-da. Nobody noticed anything until like some like broken, shattered glass or something was heard. And then the other schmucks, you know, the security people, they're like, oh my God, woe is me, woe is me. Somebody broketh, innetheth, and doth stilletheth the jewels. And so they're like, you know, mon Dieu, the French they got their panties in a bunch and they shut down the Louvre. They kicked out all of the people visiting the Louvre. The jewels were stolen. The schmucks ran away, of course, on little mopeds. What else do you do when you're in Paris? they ran off with the jewels. They closed the Louvre. Everybody's like, I don't know, like these like priceless jewels that were probably harvested by slaves somewhere in Africa, you know, nothing to brag about, in my humble opinion, to begin with. Questionable how these jewels were even acquired to begin with by France and the French royalty, okay? But we digress. Now, some Shlomo has the jewels, is running amok in Paris with them. And I think to myself, here's the thing. It's not like these, which are one of the most famous jewels of France, but in the world, it's not like you can just go to a jewelry store later and be like, yeah, so I got a couple of these like rubies and diamonds. What would you give me for them? Like, you can't, you know what I mean? It's not your regular, you know, the stuff that everybody has. Everybody and their mother has a Cartier love bracelet and all that, you know, crappy stuff that they churn out by the dozens. So you can sell it somewhere and nobody will be the wiser because there's a gazillion of them. You know, it's like the McDonald's of luxury. Or literally, it's like buying a fucking Big Mac and you know, and chicken McNuggets, having a Cartier love bracelet, or Van Cleef Arpels other thing. So obviously, this is different. You know, these are one-of-a-kind pieces that are hundreds of years old, and you can't just like sell them randomly on a jewelry resale market. So this was, I mean, either somebody who really had this fetish of owning these pieces and thought, oh, let me test my luck because I found a way in through the window and a ladder, or, which I think is more likely the reason, like, why this is happening, I think somebody very powerful and very rich commissioned the burglary. Now, everything I say in this live stream is for entertainment purposes only, not rooted in any truths or facts. Everything's a legend, just my opinion. But, I mean, it's, I don't know. Who do you think has lately been really into gold? Redecorating everything they touch with a lot of gold. So, I have my suspicions, but we don't know. Of course, the French authorities are running all over France. They're like, we got to close the border. We got to close everything. Like, we got to find the jewels. We got to find the jewels. Will they find the jewels? Yeah, I hope they will. I hope they find the jewels. I hope they find them, and that I hope that they bring them back, to their rightful place. Whatever that may be. Africa, I guess, is their rightful place, because where else did you harvest all the diamonds and the rubies? But yeah, so I don't know. But good luck to you, Louvre. Good luck to you, France. Good luck to you, Macron, and good luck to Chanel under Blasé and all that stuff. So that was the breaking news, and and also, I mean, they should investigate. Here's another alternative idea I have. They should investigate what influencers are in Paris at the moment. Which influencers went to Paris and are posting little vlogs from Paris at the moment? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I wouldn't trust these influencers these days. A lot of them love to travel to Paris and then they do their shenanigans. Whew. Almost feels like if you don't go to Paris, you dodge a bullet these days. So anyway, we'll go. So yeah. The Pink Panther. Oh, and also you remember, what's his name? The thief. Lupin. Yeah. The famous French thief. He's in cartoons, and I think they even made a couple of movies about him. Maybe it was Lupin. Maybe some guy or some girl wanted to relive the fantasy of Lupin. They're like, oh my God, let me do this. You never know. Yeah, Lupin, exactly. So anyway, there's that. In other news, is this also breaking news? Let's do another breaking news segment. Breaking news. Breaking news. Cha. Okay, no breaking. Girl, okay. Bubbles, you ain't delivering today. Nothing? Cha. All right, no breaking news. Well then, imagine that we're doing breaking news, even though we're not. Hold on a second. All right, not working. Okay, well, we did it once. So, okay. So then we should...
Gloria Racino's tip $25. I want a place in the party mansion.
Oh, Gloria. Okay, let's put breaking news to the side. Let's first schlep Gloria into the mansion, and then we're gonna do breaking news again. Bubbles, seriously, you got one job. Okay, so Gloria, let's move you in. I want to say next to Nicole. The mods are all gonna inhabit the central palace at this point. You know what I mean? Getting ready to... There you go. Getting ready for the, I am the breaking news, says Gloria. Yes! Gloria, you broke the news with the tip. Just the tip, though. We got Gloria Rathina. Wait, I'm gonna write you facing Nicole. And we're gonna do a little bet for you. She's in the mansion, you guys. She's in the mansion. Oh, wait. The bat and the jack-o'-lantern. Gloria, it looks like Glaria. What is wrong with me today? We got Glaria and Nikde. Glaria and Nikde have moved into the spooky mansion. Who else wants to join in? We got a couple of lofts available, apartments. There's even a place with a swimming pool, and then there's the party loft as well. Just letting you guys know. Galeria and Nicda. Y'all, I can't even. Okay. So, Galeria. Ace says, nice to meet you, Galeria and Nicda. Debbie's asking what's in that coffee. I did 2 spoons of coffee, so I'm bouncing off the walls and a bit of sugar, so bear with me. Bear with me. So what did we do? We had breaking news. Okay. Breaking news! If I only remembered. Let me see. Yes. Oh my gosh. Okay, so you know that we were talking about Kering, that they just, with Balenciaga, because Kering owns Balenciaga, Kering also owns YSL, Kering owns Gucci. So, you know how they had contracts with Coty? Coty is a beauty manufacturer, distributor, and they had licensed some of their brands to Coty. So Coty used to make Balenciaga perfumes, but then when that license expired, Kering didn't renew it, so they took back their own license and they founded like Kering Beauty or Balenciaga Beauty. So they started making their own perfumes and they want to make their own cosmetics. Gucci is still distributed under Coty, but it's set to expire next year, the licensing agreement, and I don't think they're going to renew it. The idea is that they're going to take Gucci back as well. And I thought to myself, okay, Kering is following the trend that Dolce & Gabbana did. Dolce & Gabbana used to have also distribution with Euroitalia in the 90s, and then they went with Procter & Gamble. Then they moved on to Prestige Beauté. And then from that point on, Coty bought that, and Prestige was a Shiseido. And then Dolce & Gabbana said, we don't want to go with Coty, so they stopped. Then they started their own beauty, like Dolce & Gabbana Beauty, so they make their own perfumes now. Oh my God, it's so complicated. Vivienne Westwood used to be with Coty, but they left. Now Vivienne Westwood opened up their own beauty, and they're going to make their own perfumes. So Kering, the idea is that Kering is probably not going to renew the licensing agreement with Coty and Gucci next year, so they're going to take Gucci back as well. And we were all thinking, oh look, they started the Balenciaga perfumes, now they're going to redo the Gucci perfumes. How interesting. Except, surprise, 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 Intel has been murmuring that Kering is going to announce that they're going to sell to L'Oreal. I'm like, oh, so that's why they were taking back bit by bit, allegedly. Actually, as of now, as we're filming this, maybe they already announced it, but this was like breaking news yesterday, and somebody said they're going to announce it today. So I don't know if today meant today in Europe or today US today, because we are like a gazillion hours. We're on different time zones, you guys. So I don't know if they meant like European Monday. You know what I mean? So keep an eye out, you guys. Keep an eye out on the news if Kering announces a huge sale of all of their beauty to L'Oreal. That would be really ginormous of news, because it's not like Kering is doing very well. You know, it's not like their sales are great. Of fashion, you know, like Gucci and Balenciaga and Yves Saint Laurent. So I'm thinking to myself, like, it's a little bit silly to sell off their... Oh, they just announced it? Oh, Stephanie, thank you for letting me know. So there you go. They just announced that they sold it to L'Oreal. Yeah, you see? L'Oreal is paying $4.66 billion for it. That's not a lot. I thought they would pay more. You see, prices are down. Nothing is worth nothing anymore. I know $4 billion is a lot, but I was thinking like 20 billion, because cosmetics, perfumes, that's a huge industry, very lucrative. So this is why I was thinking like Kering should have kept the beauty business, because like that's what they could have made their money with when hard times hit the fan. You know what I mean? Like when your clothes and baglets don't sell anymore, because thank you, Demna, for destroying everything, allegedly. So, like, like, you can still sell perfumes after all is said and done. But no, they decided to sell it all to L'Oreal. Okay, well, good luck to you, Kering, because, like, I don't know what else you got left after you let go of your perfumelets. So there's that. I know that already a gazillion years ago, Yves Saint Laurent beauty was acquired by L'Oreal. It was very complicated already during Yves Saint Laurent's life. There was a division and a separation between YSL Beauty and Saint Laurent, the fashion brand. So that was a separation that happened a gazillion years ago already. So L'Oreal already owned YSL Beauty. It's a completely different company from Saint Laurent, by the way, and it has been for a long time already. But L'Oreal did not own other Kering brands. Maybe some, but not the big ones, not Balenciaga, not Gucci, and so on. So now you know. Now you know. So that was breaking news. That is news, Natalie, right? And for us, mere mortals, little people, for us, the little people, the Oompa Loompa consumer, this is a problem for us. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you, listen, Linda. Here's the deal. As per our experience, usually, whatever L'Oreal touches, L'Oreal destroys when it comes to luxury. Just my opinion, allegedly. They have done it to Mugler. When Mugler perfumes went to L'Oreal, they watered down everything. Some of them for the better, some of them for the worse. I was looking at Cacharel. Guess what? Cacharel, for a brief time, was also with L'Oreal, but Cacharel took it back. Cacharel has its own license now. Maybe that's why their new reformulated perfumes are really good. Cacharel is really good. Their current Loulou, Eden, Anais are amazing, in my opinion. But look what L'Oreal did to Opium. Tragic. Look what L'Oreal did to all of those exclusive Yves Saint Laurent perfumes that they churn out and they discontinue after a year if they're not selling. They don't treat them with respect. You know what I mean? They treat these perfumes like disposable goods, and also they treat the customer, ultimately, with disrespect. If you want me to drop $400 or $500 for a perfume and I fall in love with it, and I'm paying you premium luxury price for that perfume, I expect you to keep manufacturing that perfume. Instead, you make me spend $500 for a perfume, I fall in love with it, and the next year you discontinue it. Because, well, it's not, you can make more money off of something new. I'm like, that's not luxury to me. Part of the reason why I spend a lot of money for luxury is because of continuity. Because I know I'm paying more so that I have peace of mind that when I am done with that product, because I've worn it to bits, if it's a bag, after 10 years it falls apart or whatever, and then I buy the same bag again, I know I'll find it at your place because you're building up a legacy. You're building up stability. Part of luxury prices is the stability. Now, if you're going to churn out stuff at luxury prices, at high-end luxury prices, but you're going to discontinue with them after a year or two, I'm sorry, that's no longer luxury to me. Then that does not warrant such a high price tag. Then make them cost less. You know? And it's not like they disclose for every perfume that they release that, oh, this is a limited edition perfume, we're only making... No. They don't do that. They launch them like, this is a new perfume, you know? They don't tell you it's a limited edition because they're hoping, oh, this is going to become a bestseller, so we're going to keep producing it. And if it doesn't sell, too bad. We'll discontinue it. And we're not even going to tell you that we're going to discontinue it. Now, look, it's happened to me with Yves Saint Laurent perfumes and L'Oreal way too often. I just don't trust them. Sorry, L'Oreal. I love your L'Oreal, your own branded products because they're cheap. You find them in drugstores. You know, the lippies, the nail polishes, fabulous. Look, fabulous. More power to you, L'Oreal. But not when you tackle and dabble in luxury products. That's where L'Oreal falls flat, for me personally. So, yeah, I think that Kering selling their beauty and perfume to L'Oreal is bad for us customers, ultimately. Because whatever products you loved, buy them now. Stock up now, before L'Oreal changes and reformulates everything. Just my opinion, okay? Just my opinion only, period. Okay. Acolu, yeah, no, I love L'Oreal. Sure, L'Oreal's makeup, and I just said it earlier. Like their own brand, yeah, fabulous. But don't give me, don't give me. Oh my God, my hair's all over the place. Like, just don't do the luxury stuff. Okay. Yes, they do Margiela perfumes too. Conglomerates are shady AF, says Shoban. So yeah, so there you go. Meh. Oh, so they own Kiehl's, Urban Decay, Armani, and many more. Oh man, really? I didn't know. L'Oreal owns Armani already? Cha. Anyway, so there's that. Interesting though, huh? But yeah. Okay, why the hell is this not working? Okay. Sorry, I'm just looking for where the frick is that article? Because I have to do a little satin. And the article, it's like such a big article. Big as in a gazillion miles long. Ah, here it is. And hold on, you guys. Where's my taking a bag out of the archives for this video because I'm sick and tired. You know what? Some people, they just discovered my channel recently. They didn't bother to. I mean, I don't expect you to watch 2,000 plus videos on my channel. But you know when somebody doesn't bother, like when somebody watches one of your videos and they don't care about where you're coming from, who you are, they just kind of like comment some random shit and they have no clue like who you are, like what you stand for, what is your body of work. And so I realized, oh, we have a new generation of people discovering my channel and like they can do their homework and they can just search Dacob Chanel and you're going to find a gazillion videos of me unboxing Chanel bags, unboxing Chanel clothes, unboxing Chanel fine jewelry, unboxing Chanel shoes, unboxing Chanel costume jewelry, unboxing Chanel perfume. You know what I mean? But people don't do their homework and then they like comment under a video like, oh, you know nothing, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay, fine. So I have to remember to kind of also reset for the new coming people, so we're taking receipts. Okay, so we're taking out of the archives the 255 double flap. This is in the classic size. So it's the 225 size. We're taking it out from the archives. And for the idiots out there doubting that I have archives, go get a life, you freak. All right, now. So let me open the bag. All right. The 255 baglet. Oh, cows and caves. Oh, Debbie. Oh, we love those two emojis. We love those two emojis. The heifers from the caves. So, all right. So this is the 225 size of the 255. Now the 225 references the old product numbering that Chanel used to have for the 255 reissues. They've changed those product numbers now. So some of us old timers, we still use the old product numbers to define the bags. It was kind of the size matches, like the last three numbers of the product number, of the old product number. But there was also way more, sizes available when Carl was alive. So, there was like a 223, 224, 225, 226, 227, 228. So there was a lot. Now they've reduced it to basically the mini, which is a single flap 255, and then they've reduced it to the classic one, which, and then the jumbo, which is the large, but equivalent to the pricing of the Timeless Classic double flap jumbo. And then there is a maxi, right? So there's technically for the double flap 255, there are 3 standard sizes available now, plus the mini, which is a single flap. They used to have like 5 or 6 in the past. They reduced it all. Anyway, we digress. So this is the classic size. This is kind of the closest to what Coco Chanel would have worn. This is closest to the size that Coco herself had, albeit her first was, of course, in Jersey. But we have the leather version here, okay? So, all right. So I'm just going to use this bag for, you know, the Blazy videos that we're going to film. All right. Okay, so, gosh. And also, I want to thank Kev for sending me this article. Also, you guys, a quick note to you. So there's like 2 ways we can go about this. Kev, thank you so much for sending me the article. So we can, you know, like, we can dissect this article and talk about Blazy at Chanel in an entertaining way, meaning like I could be the clown, the jester, we could make jokes, you know what I mean, like lighthearted, or I could be the Dacob that is like sitting really in a meeting with my production team and we're just like going through it very seriously, dissecting it. So I don't know how to approach this. I guess for the sake of entertainment on YouTube, we should just be funny about it. What say you guys? Oh, hello, new husband. Johnny says, my new husband said hello, Dacob. Hi, Johnny's hubby. How's it going? Yeah, Shaban, who to be? MMM says a bit of both. School is in session, says SQ. Oh, yes. Latoya says, I like funny. A bit of both. Okay, so we could do a bit of both. Hi, Jackie. How's it going? Oh, man, happy to see you, too. So we should do a bit of both? Yeah. Okay, designer debutante. A bit of both. Duchess Marie, the funny Dacob, please. Okay. But then, you know, when I do funny, I go really dark with my sense of humor. And then, like, the new people nowadays, they don't get it. Like, they don't understand, like, old school humor. They think, like, oh, my God, that's so offensive. I'm like, you freak. Get over yourself. By the way, everyone's a freak these days. So it's like saying nothing. Like, calling somebody a freak is like saying, oh, you're normal. You know what I mean? Whatever. So I'm ready to take notes and pass the exam. Okay, SQ, yes, there will be a questionnaire at the end. People need to lighten up, Akolo. I totally agree with you. Right? Alex says, Dak. Dak in the car. Okay, let's get dark and free. Brown Bunny wants to get dark and freaky. Kev, period. You know, Kev is a man of very few words, but the few words he does share, they're always on point and very on fleek. Kev says, whatever gets us views. Bottom line, yeah. Kev is always very practical, yeah. So there won't be any eyeball popping today. We're just gonna... a little Halloween. Tricks and treats throughout the stream. You know, I told you there's going to be surprises. Oh, yeah, he still comes in with those one-liners. Always, always. Of course I've seen the new look on Apple TV. What a mess of a show. All right. Oh, my God, this is going to be a doozy of an article. Okay. Oh, Kev, what's the name of those 2 chicks? The Asian chicks, the mom and the daughter, and the mom is like 100 years old, and the daughter, and they both wear Chanel. What's her name? And then Joanne, yeah. And I love how the mom, she has Patty and Joanne. There you go. I knew you're my people. Everybody knows Patty and Joanne. So wait, who's the mom? Is Patty the mom? Who's the mom? Oh, Joanne? Joanne is the mom. Okay. Or is she the grandma? I think she's the mom. Okay, so Joanne is the mom. So you know how Joanne, usually in her videos, like her daughter is like, "Oh, mom, what are you wearing?" And the mom is like decked in Chanel from head to toe. But then she always, her zinger, her one-liner is always like, "Oh, this is nothing to call home about." I'm like, girl, we haven't said this is nothing to call home about since the Second World War. But, you know, we love her. Okay, so nothing to, nothing to call home about. I'm like, you're wearing Chanel from head to toe. Yeah. I love her collection of perfume factices, by the way. So anyway, so Joanne and Patty, and of course I'm going to forget the name as we start filming the video, so I'm going to kind of look like an idiot towards the chat in the hopes that somebody will type out Joanne and Patty later on during the filming of my segment, IYKYK. Because I'm really bad with names. And yes, Kev, they were not fans of the show. Well, Patty was not a fan of the show. And I love how Patty did a whole dissertation. She did a TED Talk for Instagram. Like she did a PowerPoint presentation. Oh, that hoe did a PowerPoint presentation on Instagram about why she did not like the show, why she did not like the collection. Oh my God, I loved it. She chose a special font. She, you know, she, I'm like, girl, you could have just said I hated the show. No. Patty did a PowerPoint presentation on Instagram. You scroll through the PowerPoint presentation where she explains why she did not like the show. And I was living for it. I'm like, oh my God. Oh, she's angry because like she took the time to create a PowerPoint presentation to explain to the world why she did not like the show and why she's no longer going to buy Chanel. So that was a moment. But no, this video that we're going to film now is something else. But I might kind of mention, I forgot the name again, damn it. Oh, Joanne and Patty, yeah. I might mention them in the video if I remember. But anyway, my hair, okay. It's like it gets straighter and straighter. Just, you know, the same shtick always. It starts curly and then it dies as we go on. The soul leaves the hair. I want to know why she didn't like the Chanel show. Akolu. You know how to find her on Instagram. You can find her on Instagram and you can read her PowerPoint presentation and then you'll know why she didn't like the show. All right. Let's film this topic. Wait, what is this? Oh, Limag? Okay. Hold on. Just setting up. Hold on, you guys. Hi, everybody. Dacob here. Welcome back to the Fashion Bunker. We're going to talk about Chanel and Blasi at Chanel. Ever since the show, Spring-Summer 2026 Pret-a-Porter Chanel, artistically directed by Mathieu Blasi. It's not Blazy. Come on, bitches. Learn to pronounce his name. It's Blasi. Ever since it debuted, the waters have split. It's like on one end, we got the press and the influencers. Yeah, we should all get our influenza shots, people, because these influenzas are not to be trusted, okay? They just want to suck the boot in order to be invited again to the show and stuff. So of course they're going to, but they don't spend a dime at Chanel. They get the stuff for free. You know what I mean? So I'm like, don't trust and don't listen to them, okay? And then we have the customers of Chanel, long-term customers that spend a pretty coin, that drop a pretty penny at Chanel every season, and there are like 10 collections a year if you're also a client of haute couture. So they are not having it most of the long-term customers of Chanel are like, no, 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 no. I do not like what I'm seeing. And here's the thing. And we're going to get to the root canal of this issue in this video. You just gotta stick with me because this is a trajectory. There have been a gazillion articles written since the debut of Blasé at Chanel. There have been a gazillion videos filmed about it, a gazillion opinions shared, and we're gonna succinctly bring them together and deliver a verdict. What I find interesting is that content creators that also happen to be long-term customers of Chanel that are not liking what they're seeing, they're not per se influencers, they are just paying customers that are expressing their opinion. I don't want to say positive or negative, but just like they're saying, like, for example, we all know Patty and Joanne from Instagram, the lovely two ladies, mom and daughter, and Patty made a whole PowerPoint presentation. She was upset. Like, she went that extra mile to make a PowerPoint presentation on her Instagram with special font and everything to explain to us why she will not buy any pieces from this collection. She politely said that the collection, the show was beautiful to see and blah, blah, blah. It's just not stuff she can wear. It's not wearable for her. It's not practical for her. It's not something she travels a lot. It's not something like all of her other collections from Virginie and Carl that she used to buy. It's not like she can just take it with her on the go and everything is beautifully kept up. It doesn't fall apart. She's like, I won't be able to wear these fake tweeds that are beaded with little pearls. This is all going to fall apart. It's not practical for me. So she was like very clearly giving her opinion. And then, even then, these Oompa Loompas underneath her post come at her in the comments saying, oh, you don't know anything about Chanel. I'm like, why are you coming for her? She's not claiming to know everything about Chanel or not. Like, people are appalled. Oh, how dare you? She has the money. She chooses not to give the money to Chanel because the collection by Blasé at Chanel is not something she or her mother likes to buy. She is literally saying, you guys, you can love it as much as you want. I just don't want to buy anything from this collection because it doesn't fit my lifestyle or my sense of aesthetic. It's not my Chanel. And why can't people just accept that instead of coming for her, being like, so, it's either people are agreeing with her or people are saying, you don't really know what Chanel is really about if you don't like this collection. I'm like, no, stop that bullshit. It's not about you don't know what Chanel is about if you don't like this collection. I know what Chanel is about, and I don't like that collection. Now, if you've just found my channel and you think, who the hell are you? I have over 10, actually now 11 years experience on YouTube. I work in the fashion industry. I've worked in PR, in marketing, in design, in sales, Paris Fashion Weeks for many years. I have a big archive of Chanel stuff. I've been collecting Chanel for a long time. I have over 100 books on the history of Chanel in my library. You can check out a few of my videos where I talk about those books. I even have a private Instagram account dedicated to the life of Coco Chanel. I know Chanel. Coco Chanel. Not Karl Lagerfeld's vision of Chanel. So don't even get me started on the, but Coco Chanel is... Sit down. Let's get through this. Let's learn something. Here's the thing. Point one. No matter how you see or perceive Karl Lagerfeld's Chanel, you might like it, not like it. Somebody said something really interesting in a podcast the other day and said, there's that one thing that irked me about Lagerfeld's Chanel always was that German type of punk. There's like a punk flavor that Karl always put, which is kind of like a uniform, very boxy. And I agree with that particular person. I was like, yeah, that's the one thing from Karl that I was annoyed by, the boxy fits sometimes. They were very German. And I did not like that. So, yeah, sure. But the thing that Carl always did, he tapped into the nerve of the time and he delivered a cultural moment. Whether you decided to wear the Chanel or not, whether you thought that the things looked wearable, not wearable, too costumey or not, irrelevant. He created buzz every collection because it was always a cultural phenomenon. And this is the problem with Virginie Viard. As much as we love her clothes and they're very wearable, and a lot of customers love to buy her stuff, she did not create cultural moments with every collection. Everything was kind of flowing into each other. Every new season was flowing into each other. And that was fine because people felt continuity, stability, and people wanted to keep buying long-term lady customers of Chanel because it made them feel safe. You're spending a lot of money for luxury also because you want to feel safe, knowing that next season I can add on to what I already bought this season, and what I buy next season is not going to look too different from what I bought this season. It's a safe place to be, to keep building your collection of a wardrobe from Chanel where things are wearable and addable together. There's something to be said about that. But Carl created cultural phenomena with every collection. What do I mean by that? He would tap into the times. For example, that one year, remember when all the starlets were being all of a sudden captured by the police and they were either, DUIs or did something nefarious, and then they had to have the ankle monitor bracelets on, looking at you, Lindsay Lohan. Like, that was such a vibe in the Y2K era. And all of these starlets had ankle monitors. I mean, it was kind of chic at a certain point. It was like embarrassing until it was fashion. What did Carl do? Carl grabbed that opportunity and he created the 255 ankle monitor baglet. Yeah. Sit down and think about that. So models on the runway were walking with little tiny ankle little straps with a little tiny 255 hanging off. So that is the culture phenomenon. When the entire conversation shifted towards renewable energy, clean energy, what did Carl do? He made an entire fashion show dedicated to solar energy windmills. Like, the entire catwalk was solar-powered windmills. And the ladies were dressed like they were living in a future where everything was solar-powered. Cultural phenomenons, when overconsumption was all the rage back in 2014, what did Carl do? He did the supermarket collection where everybody overconsumed. So no matter whether you like or not his collections, he always would tap into the nerve of the times. And that's what makes a culturally relevant phenomenon of a brand. Chanel under Carl was very theatrical, at times unwearable, but you couldn't help but look. You couldn't help but remember. You couldn't help but treat that phenomenon almost as a fairy tale that you want to revisit from time to time, like your favorite fairy tale book. I still find myself rewatching his old shows because each and every one of them has a very clear topic, very clear narrative, very clear poetry. And I revisit his shows like I would revisit a lullaby, like I would revisit a book for kids to fall asleep while reading. It's something that gives me peace because it was just a perfect visual, even though theatrical. Now, here's the thing. And yes, comments arriving. Windmills are wind-powered, not solar. His were solar. In fact, the entire catwalk, I mean, it was fake, obviously, but that was his narrative. The entire catwalk was a solar panel, and the windmills were stuck on the solar panels. So it was his vision of the future. He also envisioned traveling into the future with the spaceship collection. He also envisioned going back to the roots at a certain point when everybody was into the beige stuff. He was like, oh yeah, let's do a barnyard collection. We're going to go back to the wheat. Another shocking moment when certain content creators and influencers with hundreds of thousands of followers commenting on the Mathieu Blazy collection for Chanel openly stated, oh, they never knew that wheat was a fundamental code of the House of Chanel. I'm like, and you are somebody with hundreds of thousands of followers, and you claim to love Chanel and collect Chanel, and you never heard about Coco Chanel utilizing wheat as one of her most important symbols. To the point where even when Salvador Dali was alive, they were big friends, by the way, he gifted her a painting of one strand of wheat, the Salvador Dali wheat that was hanging in 31 Rue Cambon. He gifted it to Coco Chanel. Just the amount of stupidity, the amount of lack of intelligence and knowledge of fashion history that I see online with certain content creators and channels that have hundreds of thousands of views and followers, and they have no clue what they're talking about. I don't know what to say. And people believe everything these idiots say. Just because they have a big following, whatever they say must be true. No. It couldn't be further from the truth. Here's a quote from Karl Lagerfeld. When you make fashion, you have to love fashion. When I see those designers in sneakers and old t-shirts who make dresses at crazy prices, it just seems dishonest to me. How did Mathieu Blazy come out on the runway after his debut at Chanel? Old sneakers, white t-shirt, jeans. He looked like he came from the gutter. Yeah, it's a uniform a lot of fashion designers have acquired. It's like that, like, oh, I'm above it. Like, I'm totally above it. Like, I don't care. Oh, so Mathieu Blazy, here's my first problem with you. You don't care? This is like your uniform? Like, whatever, I'm cool, I'm chic. Like, a lot of them, like, act like they're above it. You don't care. Yeah, I agree that you don't care, but I think you don't care in the wrong places. Let me explain. You see, in one of these articles that Vogue did with Mathieu Blazy, what transpires from this article is that, well, let's do a little bit of flashback to spring-summer 2024. In the 5th of June 2024, Virginie Viard rushes out of Chanel just 20 days before the haute couture collection that she was preparing, and she quits out of the blue. A lot of speculations, what went down, what didn't go down. Somebody in a podcast a couple of days ago who has intel around what happened with Chanel claims, now of course everything I say in this video is for entertainment purposes only, not rooted in truths or facts, everything's a legend, just my opinion. They claimed that what actually went down, allegedly, is that Virginie Viard was called into the offices by, the managers, Lena, Bruno, and co. And they told her, listen, Linda, we're going to phase you out. We want you to stay on board for another year until we find a substitute for you. But you keep working, do your best, darling, until we find a substitute, and then off you go, you peasant. Virginie was like, oh, the hell you are. I don't need this shit. I don't need this crap from you or anybody. She walked out. That day, she's like, I'm not going to wait here for a year until you phase me out and find somebody to substitute me. Who the hell do you think I am? I've been working in this company for over 30 years. How dare you? I'm paraphrasing here. And she left. She left that day and never came back, never looked back. Of course, now the Pavlovskis and the Nairs of the world are trying to rephrase and reframe all of this to fit their narrative. Nobody's saying that there was a quarrel and a fight. It's just that they didn't align, and so she left, and everything, They didn't even want to say that haute couture collection that was shown 20 days after she left, that she designed it. They did not even give her credit for that. Disgusting. Now back to Blazy. Oh, he's above it. He's above it, doesn't care, wear a t-shirt. Karl is just telling us that he finds that appalling and disrespectful and dishonest when a designer does that. Wearing just an old t-shirt and sneakers. Karl always wore uniforms, didn't he? Now, shortly after, so this was June when Virginie left, 2024. In July, as per the Vogue article interview with Blazy, he says that he was contacted by a headhunter in July of 2024, and he was just exiting from a meeting at Bottega Veneta, because he was the artistic director of Bottega Veneta back then, when he got a phone call from a headhunter. You know how all of these honchos, when they're like in higher positions, they all have somebody in some agency headhunting thing that works with them. They pay for, it's a whole thing. A friend of mine also was in one of those agencies. Anyway, We digress. So he's like, oh, if he called me about this, it must be something big. So his mind went to Chanel because he knew Virginie left and now headhunters are calling him for a big gig. They're not telling him who the company is or what company it is. But he found out, he said, yeah, I'm available. I'm like, what do you mean you're available? You're working at Bottega Veneta. I thought you're building a legacy there. I thought you have a contract at Bottega Veneta for a couple more years. I thought that's an important job for you. There's a whole team working there. They're expecting you to deliver. It's going really well. People are buying the products. Where are your morals, Mathieu? Where are they? So the second Chanel calls, and then soon after that, he found out that it was Chanel. And then he was called into Paris to have a 4-hour interview with all of the heads of Chanel. Then after that interview, in this Vogue interview, he says that after that, he was called to meet Mr. Wertheimer himself. He traveled to his villa somewhere, and then they had a conversation about, oh, honey, this guy, look, to have all of these conversations and pass with flying colors, each one of these conversations means you're so manipulative. You have to be so calculative. So he says in this interview, oh yeah, with Mr. Wertheimer, we were talking about, not really Chanel, we were talking about family growing up. Now, this guy comes from a rich family, okay? He was born in Paris, raised in Paris, but he's also Belgian. And then he was not a good student, so the family sent him to military boarding school. He loved art, and he's talking about art. He's talking about, history. He's intelligent, but he knows his place. This theme comes very often when we talk about Mathieu Blazy. This kind of, he's always a student. He always wants to learn from others. He knows when to stay silent, when to shut up. In other words, he's a weasel. He knows exactly how to zip it and climb up the ladder, He doesn't give opinions. He bows down. He says, yes, of course. Could you imagine meeting with Wertheimer himself, one of the two brothers, and it's a job interview. And you're so fly and so cool that you pass that interview and every psychological test that's thrown at you, the trick questions, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Because when they ask you about your family and they ask you like, oh, what does family mean for you? Da, 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 da. And then the culmination of this interview at Vogue, he says something to the effect, and I paraphrase, like, oh, and of course, the first thing that came to mind when asked, like, what is the future of Chanel? He's like, oh, Chanel is modern. And then like at the end of the conversation with Wertheimer, he asked him like, do you think Chanel is modern? And even that, he had the answer ready. In that Vogue interview, he says, I said, the pillars are still there, but we can push it further. The language, the choice of words. I mean, this is a master manipulator, okay? And he's a smoker too. But, so we digress. So now back to the other interview that, not interview, but article that was really fascinating from Le Mag. And the article's title is Chanel's New Face, Mathieu Blazy. Just because Carl was a legend does not mean that everyone who designs for Chanel has to be one too. The disrespect. Okay. So it's a ginormous article. I've just underlined a couple of highlights that I want to go through with you. In July 2024, the article reads, the headhunting firm Egon Zehnder, so put a pin in that because obviously now you know who the headhunter is. Interesting that this article reveals the name of the brand, approached Blazy. Although better known for recruiting top executives for multinational companies in the energy, healthcare, technology, and finance sectors, this consulting firm has a long-standing relationship with Chanel, having worked with the fashion house for years. You want to know how Lina Nair was headhunted? Methinks we got the answer, allegedly. Having worked with the fashion house for years, Blazy's name quickly rose to the top of the list. Then he was aged 40. He was working wonders at the helm of the Italian house's style. Bottega. How interesting. that he was giving his all to Bottega until Chanel called. And when Chanel called, he's like, oh, Bottega who? I don't know her. My, how quick we are to forget. How disrespectful do you think this is? Yes, I understand it's a corporate world. Yes, I understand that the brands could drop you any moment as well. I get it. But what about the responsibility to the customers, the clients who have invested a lot of money, who are expecting you to be at the helm of Bottega Veneta for at least a couple more years? And you're just leaving them in the dirt? Now, obviously, if you're going to terminate your contract before it expires, there's probably a penalty to be paid. I wonder, did Chanel accept to pay that penalty? Also, how quick was Chanel to just, like, I want you, and they did whatever they could do to get him? How morally rancid is that? They didn't care about Bottega. Bottega was doing well with Mathieu Blazy. They wanted him. They're like, we're going to get him by hook or by crook. He obviously said, oh yeah, Chanel. Oh yeah, I'm going to go to Chanel. Yeah, Bottega, bye. Who are you? What did I do for you? Collections? Yeah, okay, but bye. I want to do Chanel because it's better for me. Me. I want to be at the top of the world. Yeah, but you're showing us who you are. Sure, everybody wants to be at the helm of Chanel. I get it. But you had a responsibility and a contract with another company that also helped you grow. In the Vogue article, he's also walking down with this person interviewing him through Paris. He's like, I bought this house while I was at Bottega, but now I just purchased this house as well in Paris. You know, this house, I'm going to use it because I don't want to meet people. You know, he's like, when you're like working at Chanel, you also have to meet people also after work. And I don't want them to come to my house, private house. So I bought this other house where I can have meetings, where I can also work in peace on the weekends. I'm like, you just bought a second house in Paris and you just started working for Chanel. Okay, so let me read between the lines. You feel very safe at Chanel, huh? What sort of contract did they give you if you bought a second house already? 5 to 10 years, I want to say. I don't think they gave him less than 5 years. Who knows? I don't know his contract. I'm just speculating here. But if you have enough money already and you're so sure of yourself that you bought a second house just to have for the weekends, okay, good to know. So this is interesting. So you feel very safe and comfortable at moving on. Drawing on his deep knowledge of art, history, and design, he's able to explain why something is beautiful, but he never flaunts his cultural background, preferring to hide behind the aura of an eternal student. Remember, I was telling you this earlier. Now, this comes in many articles I've read about him ever since he went to Chanel. This idea that he's a student learning from everybody. He always positions himself underneath you to make you never feel threatened by him. Those people make it very far. In trying to define him, former colleagues who wished to remain anonymous listed a string of adjectives. His former colleagues said about him, and why did these former colleagues want to remain anonymous? That's my question. Maybe because the adjectives they gave were a little bit shady and snarky. So Lemag says, his former colleagues who wished to remain anonymous listed a string of adjectives to describe Blazy. Discreet, well-mannered, far from court intrigues. In other words, whatever nasty, dirty secret you give him, he keeps it to himself because he protects the perpetrators. He'll never out you. Very important in high-level fashion world everywhere, really. You're not allowed to ditch the dirt on anyone, otherwise you're out. You're out immediately. Discreet, well-mannered, far from court intrigues, but also ambitious and, the worst one, strategist, and at times stubborn. In short, a kind of balance between gentleness and determination. It's the strategist adjective that really struck me. And I started connecting the dots. Strategist, yeah, okay. Knows how to give the interviews. He passed every test. He was ready to leave Bottega. Of course, he had to do it in secret. He wasn't allowed to tell Bottega anything until Chanel told him, we really want you. You know, so he had to do all of these interviews in secret. He had to go to Paris in secret. I mean, oh my God, think about it. Insane. This longevity. Okay, so we're talking about now Bruno Pavlovsky, talking about Chanel and Pavlovsky has often compared to a series the longevity of Chanel. He says, Mademoiselle Chanel, for the first season. So Bruno Pavlovsky is quoted in this interview or in this article talking about the brand Chanel and how Bruno Pavlovsky sees Chanel in terms of its history, and he defined it as chapters. I'm like, okay, Bruno, what do you gotta say, girl? Bruno says, Mademoiselle Chanel for the first season, like a fashion show. Karl Lagerfeld for season 2. And now we are starting the third season without nostalgia. We didn't hire Mathieu with yesterday in mind. We're doing this for tomorrow. The story we're writing is for the next 10 or 15 years. So there you have your answer. His contract is either 10 or 15 years long. While not minimizing the pressure on Blazy's shoulders, Pavlovsky put things into perspective. He said, we know there will be ups and downs. When I started working with Karl, right at the very beginning of the 1990s, he failed. I can't say otherwise. It was the beginning of minimalism, Helmut Lang, Prada, and so on. At that moment, Chanel was a brand that was anything but minimalist. We doubted, we questioned ourselves, but perseverance gets you through any storm. Look how quick he is now to throw shade at Karl. He never dared say this while Karl was alive. Now that Karl is gone, he throws shade at him. But something even worse that Pavlovsky did. He's talking about the brand Chanel as seasons, and the only chapters or seasons of this brand are, according to him, Coco Chanel, Karl Lagerfeld, and now Mathieu Blazy. Where is Virginie Viard in this season? Where are her 5 years at Chanel? Why is he completely ignoring her? And furthermore, why is he ignoring all of the designers that were working at Chanel from the moment Coco passed away on the 10th of January 1971 till Karl took over in 1983? Here are a few names: Yvonne Dudel, Jean Cazoubon, Philippe Guibourget, and Ramon Esparza, I think. Yeah. 4 names, 4 designers that in that decade between Coco's death and Karl's arrival, there were 4 people at least designing for Chanel. But Bruno Pavlovsky doesn't mention them. They never existed for him. And now Virginie Viard never existed for him. And now that Karl is gone, he's throwing shade at Karl. You see where the morals are? Or rather, where you see how there are none? Pavlovsky said that the French label, which generated 16 billion euro in revenue in 2024, was no walk in the park. You have to be brave and have a hell of a lot of culture to understand how everything works and what has happened in this house over the past century. Well, you don't seem to know what happened in this house over the past century if you only mention 3 designers ever working for Chanel that define the seasons. The disrespect, people. Another essential change, which Blazy implemented very quickly, the article says, had the effect of a small revolution. Before he arrived at Chanel, everyone worked continuously on all the collections, finishing one and immediately moving on to the next. Blazy, on the other hand, decided that each collection would have its own dedicated team to allow more time, do in-depth work, and develop new fabrics. So he split the teams up and he's kind of just like jumping from one team to the next to see how far they are along. It's an interesting new system for Chanel. I hope that their collections will be more thought through that way because each team will have technically more time to develop, but he has to split the people up. That means that a certain person that might have been really good at doing a métier d'art collection is now stuck with doing a cruise collection. And the only one overseeing all of them is Mathieu. Also, another thing Mathieu did, as per the Vogue article, is that he did not want to let any one of his teams see what he was planning for the layout of the fashion show, meaning the interior design of all the planets hanging around for the Spring-Summer 26 collection, and that floor, that glossy floor that was so badly glossed over. Did you notice when the models were walking over the floor? I noticed that when I was reviewing the show, and I was like, why do the feet, like the legs of the models, look like they're all wrinkly, like they're sick, like they're shriveling up? And I was looking at them thinking, wait, do they have some weird socks on, or did they put some socks on before the show so like the socks pressed into their flesh so that now it has like that weird wrinkly, stuff? No. It's because they did this extra glossy floor to mimic the universe reflection, but it wasn't an even gloss. They added some sand to it, and it was reflecting light from the bottom up, and it was projecting onto the model's legs, making them look like raisins. It was so ugly. We're going to get back to the floor of the Chanel fashion show in a minute. Put a pin in that as well. He doesn't share all of these details with his teams because he wants them to be in awe and surprise. And I'm like, oh, I see. So you're a control freak. You don't want everybody. You want to be the only one who knows everything. And you're compartmentalizing knowledge. You're not sharing with everybody. You're keeping people in their place. And this is a very, very strategic behavioral pattern because knowledge is power. He's the only one who wants to know everything. And he's splitting everybody up so that nobody has a full picture except for him. His ex-colleagues who called him a strategist, you see a pattern forming? There are 10 collections a year. That's almost one collection every month. We did Coco Beach. Here we're working on the show. Somewhere else we're starting to prepare the Défilé des Métiers d'Art, a fashion show dedicated to Chanel's artisan workshops. That will take place in New York. I go from one office to another. This also means that if an idea isn't ready or isn't right for this collection, we can move it to another one and maybe develop it into a story later on. So he did not want to be situated in the offices of Karl Lagerfeld, where Karl Lagerfeld worked. He's like, oh, no. He made it sound in the interview like that's like too high kind of a thing to look up to and to do. Like he could never, outdo that. There's too much energy and memory in there. So what did he do? He went to the opposite side of 31 Rue Cambon and into the building underneath a rooftop and kicked out all the people working in this other big room. He kicked them out and they went to other places, other offices, and he situated himself in a new place. That's his. I'm telling you, I'm like, oh, another strategy. Yeah. Tabula rasa, baby. Tabula rasa. But always describing it as like, it's something that might, like he's doing this out of respect to others. Okay. He brought into the new office from his own home the sofa and armchairs by Brazilian designer Jorge Zalzupin, born 1922, passed 2020, which he bought about 15 years ago. He hung paintings that remind him of various moments of his life when he lived in London, Belgium, and New York. He's a connoisseur of art and design. He collects without being particularly passionate about the art market. He says, I rarely sell what I buy, so things stay with me. I like living with them. In one corner stands a lamp given to him by Gaetano Pesce, with whom he had collaborated on a Bottega Veneta runway show. Near the window is a small pre-Columbian Peruvian vase shaped like a penguin. Put a pin in Gaetano Pesce. We're going to get back to that. And now let's talk about this other disrespectful moment, which he finds quirky. I don't. Near the window is a small pre-Columbian Peruvian vase shaped like a penguin, which reminds him of Gabrielle Chanel. He says, the posture, the black and white, it almost looks like Chanel fabric. It struck me as cartoonish. A little wink. I put it there because sometimes you need to take things a bit less seriously, otherwise you go crazy. I see. So the thing you're not taking seriously is not yourself. The thing you're not taking seriously is Coco. I see. And now let's go back to not taking stuff too seriously. Again, you're not taking seriously Chanel. Exhibit A. This is my favorite bag of all time. The Chanel 255. This is the reissue. This is the 255 double flap in the 225 size. This is as close as we get to the size that Coco had. This is Carl's vision of it being folded because he found it archived. Now, all the respect to this design and to Carl. He found it elegantly folded and it's an extra process. Check out my review of all these. I have these in several sizes. This is how much I love this bag. I bought it in almost all the sizes available, as well as special seasonal versions of the bag. Now, this bag is extremely special, okay? I have my protection papers still in it. What did he do? It's not like he didn't take himself seriously. No, he ruined the bag. He added like metal wires into it and then crumpled it up. Like this thing is like upwards, and it's all of the models on the runway that had the 255, it looked busted. The disrespect. Coco Chanel created this bag, and you can check out my review videos to know more in detail because I've reviewed it many times. But in short, why the metal chain? A lot of people don't know this. But back in the 50s, now this bag was created in 1955, there was a lot of theft in Paris. There still is. But a lot of the ladies, they just had their kind of in the crook of the arm bags or shoulder bags with leather straps or fabric straps or bags with leather straps or fabric straps around the arm. People would, on mopeds and bikes, they would rush by you. They would either pull them off you or they would, with scissors, cut through the leather strap or the fabric strap, tug on your bag, and run off with it. Well, guess what Coco did? She's like, no more. We're making metal chains. You can't cut them anymore on the streets of Paris. Very functional. And also, whoever sits there to tell you that this is the love letter pocket where Coco hid her love, it's all a bull crap. Okay, her first 255 did not have a zipper pull here. It had a mirror here. It literally had a mirror. This is something that came later, this invention of the little pocket. It wasn't in the original 255 design at all. Okay, the interior was not in burgundy. The interior was in Tyrian pink and Tyrian red. The whole story of the nuns cloth, no. Their actual simple reason why the burgundy was chosen is because Coco loved to see her jewelry reflecting off of this color. It's easy to find in the bag when placed in front of a burgundy background as opposed to the other background. Sometimes the Tyrian pink is so flashy itself, you kind of miss the jewelry inside. Interesting reasons. The double C, Chanel is not going to tell you the reasons why the double C was created. Because if they did, my sneaky suspicion is that they would have to pay the Jean Cocteau Foundation money for the rights. Because allegedly it was Jean Cocteau who gifted Coco the double C design. He was an artist after all. Why? Because unlike what people say about her, you know, homophobe, this and that, no. He was gay, openly gay, and she helped him become famous. She would go to theaters, give them money, and said, make his show happen. make his theater piece happen. Don't tell him I gave you the money. I don't want him to feel obliged. He found out eventually. They became huge friends until his dying day. He passed away before her. And the real legend has it that for the love of her and the friendship of her, he gave her the Coco bond. And that's the double C. But we digress. Again, you're going to see all those Oompa Loompa influencers who are licking the boots tell you these stories? No, because they have no clue and they never will know. They're there just for the clicks, for the views, for the money, for the invitations. Please, I'm so sick and tired of this. Look, anyway, we digress. So he destroys the 255 bag, which was a functional bag, which is a practical bag, made out of necessity. But he's like, no, I'm not going to take Chanel seriously, but I'm taking myself seriously enough to hide my meetings with the Chanel people while I was still working at Bottega, allegedly. You see what I mean? You're not taking yourself seriously? I think you're taking yourself very seriously. Overall, he likes movement, which he expresses in his fashion through skirts that allow for big strides and make the fabric dance. Yes, some of the skirts did move beautifully on the runway. They looked like amoebas dancing underwater. Wonderful. Okay, so you make skirts move. Still doesn't look like Chanel to me. And no, I don't mean Carl's Chanel. I mean Chanel. It didn't give me that energy of Chanel. It didn't give me the joie de vivre of Chanel. It just didn't. It just didn't. And, and we have the same situation right now, I feel like we did when everybody was saying that Coco was collaborator of, the Germans, blah, blah, blah. All stuff that was debunked. Again, you're going to be like, no, that's not true, Dacob. Go check out my video on the 5 books to read on Coco Chanel, because you probably haven't read a single one of them. You just do the lemming thing, the shtick, because one of those idiots online that has a big following that knows nothing said something and you take them at face value. And they're lying to your face. So read a book, get an education, check out my video on the books to read on Chanel, read those books, and you'll find out that Sleeping with the Enemy was released in 2011 by Hal Vaughn, who claims all these things about Coco. That's when all the big rumors started. Interesting that that book was released in 2011 before all the final documents from both the French as well as the British Secret Services were finally unearthed and declassified. When were they declassified? 2016, the last ones. So the book was released before those documents were declassified. She's innocent, okay? Innocent. Just read a frickin' book and find out. And not just Hal Vaughn Sleeping with the Enemy. Read also the other books I'm telling you to read in my video. So, where were we? Now, when it comes to the shirts, don't even get me started. Those Charvet shirts, okay, how many posts did we see on Instagram since the fashion show of those frickin' Charvet shirts for Chanel? Let me blend them in. Credit the Chanel website. Okay, there you go. So, here we have Exhibit A. This is Charvet with Chanel. White cotton. Very simple. I mean, this one has a little bit of a tuxedo vibe to it, a little bit longer on the side. Nicole Kidman wore it to the show. It has a little pearl up there, regular buttons to the bottom. And then it has a chain. You can see a little bit here. Classic to Chanel jackets. They put a chain in the back. Let me show you the next picture. There's the busted 255 bag. Here's the side of it. You see a little bit of a chain poking out. Pearl button there. Bent collar. Now, this one, I'm speculating here. People are saying that they asked their sales associates should be around about $4,500. Cotton shirt, yeah. Okay, moving on to the next one. Here's the pink version, slightly different without that tuxedo moment. It's 2 pockets, a little bit bigger. And then we got the chain on this one as well in the back. So this thing is unwashable. because you can't take that chain off. You can't put it in the washing machine. It's a cotton shirt. You should technically be able to put it in a washing machine. I don't care if it's Chanel. I don't want to take it to the dry cleaners every time I wear it. Sorry. Coco Chanel was all about practicality. If she wore Boy Capel's shirts because he was her lover, because she wanted to feel him close to her, but also she just wanted to have the simplicity of something so nonchalant, not something, let me wear it just once, don't get it dirty, let me take it to the dry cleaners. And yeah, and then Blasi did some digging. Oh, she bought these shirts. She was a customer of Charvet and she was buying them for boys. So let me do, not a collaboration, they called it a conversation with Charvet and do these shirts. Oh, girl, let me show you the next. Here's the, I think, yeah, this is the back of it. Very simple shirt, but look how heavy it weighs back there because they stitched the chain to this one. And then there's another version of the shirt that hit the runway. Next. This one is cut more short, more cropped. I was like, oh, this is interesting. This is the type of shirts that I usually wear. But I'm like, again, the pearl button makes it unwashable. And then does it have a chain? Let me check the side. Next picture. Oh, of course it does. There, you can see it here. It's stitched on. You can see it kind of poking in the back as well. I'm like, okay, another thing that's unwashable. This one's much shorter. Probably going to cost maybe $1,000 less. Okay, we can take this away. Now, think about this. Of course, now all of these influencers, all these people have a ton of followers on Instagram, and they're all like, they never cared about Charvet. They never bought anything from them. They didn't even know they existed. Now you get these Oompa Loompas taking photos when they're going to Paris. They're like, of course I had to pass by Charvet and buy a little something, for me, because like, I'm such a connoisseur of fashion. I'm like, really, bitch? Because I scrolled through your entire Instagram. Never in a gazillion years did you post one single photo with a Charvet shirt or shopping bag. But now you're acting like, no, I'm in the know since like forever, And I went to Charvet and I bought myself a little shirt. And then it's like photographed nicely next to a Chanel watch and a little Chanel perfume. Like, you know who they are. You know who they are. And now every freaking loser, why don't you tattoo an L on your forehead while you're going to Charvet to buy a Charvet shirt, now that Chanel is doing it with Blasi? Why don't you just save yourself the money, the 400 to 800 pounds that you're going to spend on that shirt, and just instead spend that money to tattoo a big fat L on your forehead? What a tool must you be to fall so low? And I know exactly the type of person who's going to end up buying that shirt. I see it already. I see already the caption. I see already the photo. I see already how they're going to like try to style themselves and pose like, oh, we're like, I've always like been like that. This has always been my stuff. Girl, I spy with my little eye a lot of those posts coming to Instagram very soon, to an Instagram near you. But we digress. Look, I love a white shirt. Matter of fact, if you go back in history on my channel for years now, I have a lot of different white shirts. I'm wearing a beautiful Vivienne Westwood historic shirt today for the occasion, with a lot of ruffles, has her little stitched logo here. It's kind of a mix between a pirate shirt and a Victorian shirt. I have a lot of different white shirts, and this one also has a very particular stitched sleeve. So, I know my white shirts. They don't have to be Charvet, But now these fashion losers, they're going to want to wear Charvet because, oh yeah, I've always known about Charvet. Please. We digress. Blasi, for his part, really looked at the clothes and dissected Gabrielle's creative mechanisms, suggesting that by appointing this young man, Chanel had crossed a threshold and had not just found someone to replace Carl, but a true successor to Coco. A true successor to Coco. I have no words. How deep we have fallen. How deep we have fallen. Commentators also predicted he wouldn't use tweed because he's supposedly more modern than that. They're idiots. If there's one thing I love doing, it's developing fabrics, he replied. He dares call the people who criticize him idiots. He doesn't dare to use those adjectives for people who give him the salary. But he's not a student anymore when it comes to talking about the rest of us. He doesn't know his place when he looks at the peasants. That's where he doesn't know his place all of a sudden. He's not acting like studentish anymore. No. Quite the contrary. Just because Carl was a legend does not mean that everyone who designs for Chanel has to be one too. He was together with Peter Moulier, another designer. Also interesting how, sneaky. Oh, I know the type. Now, let's get back to the pin we put into Gaetano Pesce, who sadly passed away. May he rest in peace. Gaetano Pesce and he collaborated on something at Bottega Veneta. Gaetano Pesce had a collaborator, had a guy, like his assistant working for him. In the Vogue article, Blasey says that when the assistant first came to discuss something about the project with Mathieu Blasey, he kind of was smitten by him immediately. And he courted him a lot until this guy called Stefano was finally, he succumbed to the courtship of Blasey. And I'm like, girl, you did not just try to hook an Italian by the name of Stefano. Okay, so Stefano was working for Gaetano Pesce. Stefano was doing a lot of the resins, a lot of the, the furniture, the architectural pieces, the installations, the sculptural pieces. So this guy, he's producing also for Gaetano Pesce, right? So guess who was paid to make the floor at the Chanel fashion show? Guess who did the ugly floor that made the model's legs look like they were shriveled up? You guessed it. Stefano was hired to do the floor of the Chanel fashion show together with Mathieu. It was their project of them working together. True testament to their love. 3 days before the runway show, the article from Le Mag reads, more stressed than at the end of August, but still smiling, he confided during the fittings, there are two options. Either you do your first show trying to show that you know all the codes and have learned your lesson well, student again, or you do your first show as if it were your last. Interesting how in the Vogue article, instead, he says that he is totally chill about the first show. He doesn't have to create a huge statement. He says, look, I'm relaxed. I have time. This first show is more of a proposal. And then I have enough time to adjust and change stuff, which also shows me he's probably very chill, knowing that he has that 5 to 10 to 15-year contract. Right? Because he's not thinking, I better make this sellable after the first show or else they're going to kick me out. Because they probably had to guarantee him at least something if they took him away from Bottega. Like, he probably told him, look, if I'm going to leave Bottega, if I'm going to terminate my contract with them, you have to give me some guarantees. You can't just use me for one show, you don't like the results, and then you kind of kick me to the curb. Like, I need to have some reassurances, right? I'm just speculating here. So they probably gave him those reassurances for 5, 10, or 15-year tenure. Probably 10, I want to say 10-ish. So he's chill now. He's like, look, I got time. And if you think about it, he does have time. Why am I saying this? Listen and listen carefully. Even if he only had a 1-year contract, do you know what, you might think, and I might think that 1 year goes by quickly. And it does. It does. The older you get, the faster time ticks. But here's the thing. In 1 calendar year, Chanel does 10 collections. So in just 1 year, he's going to have 10 opportunities to adjust his creative language. That's a huge amount, which means multiply that by, let's say his contract is for 5 years. That's 50 collections. 50. In 5 years, if he stays at Chanel that long, in just 5 years, he will deliver 50 collections. That's 10 collections a year between pre-spring summer, main spring summer, pre-fall winter, main fall winter, Coco Beach, Coco Neige, haute couture spring summer, haute couture fall winter, métier d'art, and then there's one more, which I can't remember. So in 5 years, it's 50 collections. In 10 years, it's 100 collections. So of course, if we see it that way, oh, and then there's the cruise collection. Thank you, Kaz. So if we see it that way, of course it's correct when he says, my first collection was a proposal. Let's see how it goes, and I have time to change course. Yeah. 100 collections in 10 years. You bet your bottom dollar. After the first collection, you're still chill because you still got 99 to go to prove yourself. Granted, the pre-spring, summer, pre-fall, winter, they don't get a fashion show. They're way more chill. There's less to prove. I get it. For the other shows, you have to work more hard. But truth be told, the real connoisseurs of Chanel know that most of the real gems are hiding in the pre-spring, summer, and pre-fall, winter collection because those are the ones where they go back to the archives more freely. They feel more Chanel to me. Usually it was like that in the past. Let's see what he does in the future. So it's so interesting to me to see all of these details, you understand, about Blasi at Chanel. And it's interesting, I'm also going to have a few more videos, so be sure to subscribe and thumb up this video, subscribe to my channel, click that notification bell to get notified because there's going to be more topics on this because, honey, we're just getting started. There's a lot more to dissect when it comes to Chanel and Blasi. We've just scratched the surface. Believe it or not, I've already prepared a couple of other topics that I want to talk with you about. And let me just, to follow Blasi's own credo in Italian, don't take yourself too seriously. Mathieu, I've not seen you not take yourself too seriously. You've only taken yourself seriously, my humble opinion, thus far. But here's what you should do. Let me blend in this picture. I made this little meme. You know how everybody posts this thing, girl, is this silk? And she's like, no, it's Charvet cotton for Chanel. Oh, even the nuns at Aubazine all of a sudden want to wear Charvet Chanel shirts, and they're getting their cottons ready, honey. The nuns are ready, honey. I, for my part, am going to stick to my true classics, the respectful classics, the ones that actually truly pay homage to Coco's legacy. And we can laugh about other things. We can laugh about Mathieu. Interesting how the surname says it. Be lazy. IYK. Everything was alleged and for entertainment purposes only. Learn. Educate yourselves. His collection was not Chanel. Not in the slightest. It was, if anything, it was a sort of mimic. You see, it gave me the impression, have you seen John Carpenter's movie The Thing? It gave me the impression of an alien that has inhabited a host and is now multiplying, trying to mimic the host. It's trying to copy it. It's trying to clone it. It's trying to transform into it. It's giving me Parasite vibes. It's giving me parasitic entity that has now inhabited its Chanel host And it's kind of morphing, you know, it's multiplying, trying to find its position. It's a parasitic thing. This collection looks like a parasitic entity to me. Interesting, connected to the behavioral pattern and the adjectives given to him by his own colleagues and ex-colleagues. Strategist. Do I see a vision there? No. Do I see strategy? Oh yeah. I see a heck of a lot of strategy. But you see, where he is a strategist, Carl was a visionary. I remember one interview where Carl said, oh, this particular collection, I had a dream. I woke up and I had this vivid memory of the dream, and it was so intense, and I had to start drawing immediately, and that's how the whole collection happened. One of his best, by the way. That's a vision. Strategy is you don't have a vision, but you calculate. You do math, little mathematical equations, you play the chessboard. Oh, if I move this character here and that one there, what do I get with my third character here? Honey, Chanel was a lot of things. Coco was a lot of things. But not a strategist. And to all those people who are saying, yeah, but she, she dated the German guy, the Dinklage guy during the Second World War. You know what she said? And she said openly about him in an interview, even after the war, while she was in Switzerland. She was so brutally honest. The opposite of a strategist. She said very openly and directly, she said, what do you expect? A woman of my age. I do not ask a man who he is. I am grateful to have one. Desperate as she was, never got married, never had the love that she was so longing for, abandoned by her father when she was super young. Mother died when she was even younger. Desperate for the love of a man. Boy Capel died in a car accident, in a motorbike accident. She openly acknowledges, literally saying, I don't look at a man's passport when a man shows me affection at my age. Now you let that sink in. That brutal honesty, that's not strategy. Think about that. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know your thoughts down below. And until next time, subscribe and never give up on love. Bye. I know my likability is dead now, but I just had to get it off my chest. Oh, we got an email? Oh, there's been a lot of banning and timing out. Oh my God, what happened? Okay, Corey says, check your email. So guys, look, I'm very Joan Rivers about these things, okay? There's no beating around the bush. I call him like I see him. And I'm sick and tired of the fakery, of the attitudes, of this, oh, everything's amazing. Oh my God, this is... No, please, spare me. Spare me. I've seen maybe 1% of content online ever since this show that I'm like, oh yeah, okay, this person is actually saying something that makes sense. Everybody else, I'm like, oh my God. But, whatever. We're going to have like a couple of people unsubscribe probably, but who cares? Oh, Anonymous, thank you. Oh, Akolu, thank you.
Anonymous tipped $5. It's a Kolu 21. I've been put into timeout on the stream. Why? Love you nonetheless, Dacob.
Oh, who? Okay, what happened with the timing out? Okay, maybe you said something that was too controversial. Akolu, you have to remember, YouTube doesn't let us use certain words. So I don't know. Debbie was just protecting the channel, nothing against you. But if you said some words that were like, that could have taken the live stream into termination, you know? Okay, hold on. Oh, over chatting? Oh, let's do a little spider. Akulu, I'm going to do a spider for you. Akulu moved into the mansion. Wait, this way. Ah, with Nikda and Glaria. Oh my God. What the hell? Look, Akulu is Akobu.
5 FT nothing tipped $50. You're on good form. I always love your honesty.
Oh, thank you so much, Kaz. Look, we got Akobu, Nikda, and Glaria. Oh my God, let me add Kaz to the lineup. Kaz, you're moving in with the ladies of the mansion. No, I'm like, honestly, you guys, I'm sick and tired of this, you know, people not knowing what they're talking about, but then they're like, no, you know what I'm talking about. No, you don't. No, you don't. So you zip it and you zoo it. Kaz, okay, I hope I'm going to... Wait, 5 foot nothing. And we're going to do, ooh, a little witchy broom. Okay, I spelled it correctly. Oh my God, the ladies are moving in. This is a party. 5 foot nothing is opening her fashion store down here at the entrance of the central mansion. And you best believe there's going to be a lot of wonderful, wonderful outfits for Halloween. Get your costumes now, people. So Coco had amazing decorating skills. What would she think of the aesthetic of the boutiques now? I don't think she would like it. No, I don't think so either. I mean, I said this in another video of mine when we were talking about, hold on, let me just put this back. You know, her boutiques were very Byzantine and dark and Renaissance-y, and there's a lot of black and gold. And now they're all kind of full of light and blasé, you know? So she was about secretive little niche corners of the boutique, like where you could gossip and, you know, she loved gossip, by the way. And this is another thing, which I didn't mention in the video. Hold on. What was... another thing that I didn't mention in the video. Bruno Pavlovsky was saying, oh, you know, we don't want the people who are into the drama and all that stuff. I'm like, no, you just want somebody you can control. He's like, Chanel is not about the drama. Chanel is all about the drama. Coco Chanel was the biggest gossiper in the world. She loved to gossip. She loved to sit with her seamstresses while they were working together tirelessly on fixing the stuff, doing the shoulders. And she would love to be like, so what? Who said what early on in the day? Uh-huh. She didn't. That scoundrel, you know, ill repute. How dare she? I heard she went on a date with the cousin of that other one. Yeah. Oh, she loved that. That was her everything. And smoking a cigarette and talking about... Actually, the only thing that Blazy has in common with her is the smoking. And I have a sneaky suspicion he keeps repeating in every interview he does that he's a smoker because he wants people to connect him to Coco and be like, oh yeah, she was a smoker too. I think even that is a strategy, but maybe I'm wrong. Gloria says, please, fashion is about the drama, right? Yeah, Kev says Bruno wants to be the drama. The disrespect, not mentioning Virginie as a part of Chanel's legacy. Yeah, guys, I have no words. That man is really, really getting on my nerves. Hi, Pink Lookbook. Hello, everyone. What a way to start the week with the live stream. Agree about the drama. She loved drama. She loved drama. And it wasn't like, she was just bored. It wasn't a drama because she wanted to destroy somebody. It was more Oh, it was entertaining. It was fun. Anyway, this new Chanel, you guys, they've neutered Chanel. You know, they've turned Chanel into the little schoolboy, you know, acting as the new Coco. You know, it's really, there's no charm, there's no character. You know, there's no more drama. Literally, I'm telling you, Dacob, read the email I just sent. Oh, okay, Corey. Yeah, give me a minute, girl. Give me a minute. Ladies, you're all very impatient. I get it. These are dark times we're living in, and everybody's like, you know, everybody's. I am too. I have way less patience than I used to. I'm telling you right now, guys. I am completely. I'm also like, freak out 10 times a day just because I have no more patience left. You know? Like stuff annoys me that maybe didn't annoy me a year ago. And IYK, as they say, right? Hold on. I have to yeah, it's all a mess. All right. Sorry, I'm just protecting the bag, protecting the heritage, protecting. Why? Because I respect it. You know, it's okay. All right, all right, all right. Oh, Isla Sky, thank you so much. Let me move you into the mansion.
Isla Sky tip $5. I want to move into the mansion.
Period. All right. Isla Sky is moving in with the girls. I got you, girl. I got you. I got you. And then we're going to do a little black cat. Isla Sky! Oh, isn't it fabulous? Look at that. Wonderful. Okay, why did Bubbles time Corey out? Oh, God. Can we like minimize Bubbles' powers? Sorry, Corey. I don't know why Bubbles did that. Can we like stop Bubbles from doing that? It's so annoying. All right, let me check Corey's email. Sorry, Corey. Oh no, Corey, you're back. Okay. Oh, because Corey, you said ASS. You're not allowed to do that. Okay. I need a cable for a battery. So the new Chanel recycling platform. Okay, so Corey said I'm allowed to read the email. Corey sent the email about the new Chanel recycling platform. Hey, sweetie, I have intel that Blazy did not actually design the current season. Allegedly. The in-house design team, remember they took over for Virginie after she left, designed, drew up the sketches. He would approve the design by signing the sketch, and they would go into production. He doesn't like the ladies that have been working in the atelier for a long time. He can't compete with them. They know more than he does, and he knows it. He has no regard for the history of the house. He won't even look at the archives. He hates the 255. He doesn't like female designers, period. He knows that the classic bags that he brought into the future are about Coco, not about him, and he doesn't want anything that's not about him. Love you. Oh man, love you too, Corey. Allegedly everything, of course. So so if this is true, very sad. Although in an interview he did say that he did go to the archives as kind of the first thing he did, but he only went for a very short amount of time. He didn't want to get too influenced. He said something to the effect of not wanting to get too influenced by the archives. I mean, here's the thing. You can't I don't know. So I gotta do a lip gloss. You can't be too. If you love Chanel, you love Chanel. I've been researching Chanel for decades. If I were to get hired by them, I mean, of course I would want to go to the archives, but at the same time, I know so much about Chanel, like it's not like I have to go to the archives. I would know exactly what to do. You know what I mean? When you know exactly what to do, I would know exactly what to do. But here's the thing, I would want to go to the archives for the tactile experience because I haven't had a chance in the past to touch all of those clothes that she made. That's the secret. It's the tactile experience that I've been missing all these years. I have books on Chanel, on her fashion, on how she did stuff. You know what I mean? So I know the visuals. I know the visuals. But good night, Latoya. Thank you so much for being with us. But I'm missing the tactile experience, and that's something that I would love. That's why I would go to the archives, to touch the things, to smell them, to feel them. So I've been to exhibitions with Chanel clothes. I've seen them, but I've never touched her stuff from the 20s, the 10s, the 30s. Her last collection was 1938. And then back in the from 1954 onwards, I want to touch them. That's why I would do the archives. So, hi, Rulongcha. Happy October to you too. But we know Chanel. Okay, now let's do the next topic. Happy October, Dacob. I was craving a fall meal earlier and ate too much tempura squash. Your Chanel reporting is good background workout track. Well, fabulous. I'm glad you're, we're going. Oh my God. Okay. And then Business of Fashion listed their top 10 fashion shows of the season, and Chanel was their like top. And then like Versace was like second or some shit like that. I'm like, of course Chanel is paying them sponsorships and shit, right? Girl, you can't trust the media anymore. You can't trust. Anyway. Okay, why the hell? No, this thing is empty. It's giving me 10% battery. It's not charging. Oh, it is. So anyway, so yeah, I just wanted to mention that Business of Fashion is also like completely lost the plot. Grace Loves Fashion. I did a video on Boudoir on my perfume channel. Go check it out. Essentially Dacob, the perfume channel. But if you're talking about the fashion show, yeah, the fashion show, not today. I know, Natadita. Hi, how's it going, Natadita? Sorry, I saw you earlier, but I was like busy filming, so I couldn't say hi. Hi, sweetie. Yes, I watched a perfume review. I can't wait. Yeah, God, this thing is, I don't know why it's not charging. This freaking thing is not charging. Is it the freaking cable or what is it? Sorry, guys, I'm just trying to. No, it's not charging. It's kind of, it's the stupid freaking cable. It charges and then it stops. No, no. Either I need a different cable or I need a, and apparently, under the Business of Fashion post on Instagram, where they said that Chanel was their number one, Linda Evangelista commented. And Linda said, WTF. Linda was very upset, you guys. Very, very upset. Linda Evangelista was very upset. Can you believe? The audacity. They're like, Linda! Yeah, Linda was, as she should be, says Kev. Good old Linda. Linda Evangelista was very upset. Very, very upset. Corey says Linda needs to take a deep breath and several seats. How the Chanel show tricked its most loyal customers. That's the one. Hold on, you guys. I'm trying to get this other cable. And also hold on, you guys. I just gotta reset this thing. Can we, I'll see you. Hold on, you guys. I'll be right back. Let me just fix this. Hi guys, I'm back. Roger Garcia, my first time seeing Dacob live. I'm fangirling. Oh, hi Roger. Thank you so much. Welcome to the live stream, sweetie. All right, you guys. So here's what we're gonna do. We'll go. Audra McIntosh. The shade. Thanks, Audra, for throwing shade at me. Hi, Riri. She knows she won't get... Looking at this orange interior, I feel like I'm in a pumpkin house. Ah. All right. Let's film this. Oh, it's so hot. Okay. This is how Chanel tricked its most loyal customers. We're talking about Mathieu Blazy and his Spring-Summer 2026 Pret-a-Porter collection. Here's how it goes. Everything I say in this video is for entertainment purposes only, not rooted in truths or facts. Everything's alleged and just my opinion. Subscribe, thumb up the video. Who posted on Instagram? Camille Moore or Moore and Third Eye Insights on Instagram posted the 20% rule. I find it very, very fascinating. Why Chanel can afford polarizing creative and your brand probably can't. Okay. Whoever wrote this, there's a couple of errors here, like grammar errors. There's some words missing. And I know that they're using this also to promote their business. By the way, I'm not sponsored. I just found this on Instagram, so I'm sharing it with you. We're going to talk about it. But like, if you want to sell your services, check the words, check the spelling. There's a couple of things missing here, okay? Just saying. Now, long story short, they claim that Mathieu Blazy's Chanel debut, or debut, was a polarizing by design. European critics said painful. American editors loved it. Very important customers complained. And Chanel, they can afford all of it, they claim. Now, the strategic split. So basically, they're saying, and these are, quickly we're going to go to the numbers and then we're going to talk about the impressions about all of this. Kering, CEO, just told his team runway shows should drive maximum 20% of business. The other 80%? Recurring staples. I mean, the carryover pieces are what sells also at Chanel. Let's be frank here. Plus, their makeup, cosmetics, perfumes, skincare. The runway and sunglasses. The runway's real and shoes. The runway's real job isn't selling product. It's generating conversation. Chanel's 25 bag pays the bills. The $4,350 Charvet shirts, those generate headlines. Two businesses operating simultaneously. One generates revenue, one generates relevance. And here's the earned media math. Runway show cost them allegedly $10 million. But the earned media value that they got out of the show is $50 million in equivalent ad value. But here's the key, they say, controversy generates better return of investment or on investment than consensus. Universal praise equals 3 to 4 days of coverage. Mixed reception, however, equals 3 to 4 weeks of debate. Absolutely horrified is a headline. It was fine is not a headline. Even negative reviews position Chanel in elite company compared to Bottega, benchmarked against Dior. The shade here that they're saying now, Bottega, that Mathieu is gone, boop. Nobody's talking about it, but everybody's talking about Chanel. Here's the thing. People are talking about Chanel for all the wrong reasons. They're talking about Chanel because there's a new designer in town, not because of the collection. And some people are, and those people, I wouldn't trust them. The people that are saying, oh, the collection was fabulous. They're not clients of Chanel. Most of them are not clients of Chanel. The clients of Chanel, the ones that follow me since over a decade now on my channel, because we talk about Chanel all the time, and I have some viewers who are haute couture clients, as well as many, many, many ladies who are prêt-à-porter clients. 99% of them have written me telling me, absolutely not going to buy stuff from this collection. So, what's the buzz about? The buzz is about the fact that Blazy took over at Chanel. It was his first show for Chanel. Everybody was expecting something new. I didn't see anything new. I saw something different from what Virginie did and from what Carl did and from what Coco did, but I didn't see something new. I am talking about it mostly trying to understand the reasons why they would hire him, of all other people, why he would be the one to make it through all of the rounds of interviews to get the job, how he managed to maneuver, not letting, Bottega know that he was going to leave them if Chanel took him. Did Chanel pay whatever penalty clause was in his contract if he terminated his contract with Bottega before the contract was actually going to end? He took some people, his people that work with him, he took them from Bottega with him over to Chanel. Like, there's a lot going on here. These are the reasons why I talk about this. And also because, certain claims made on the style, the aesthetics, the choices, him talking about archives, non-archives, the white shirts, the Charvet shirt, like the Boy Capel thing that Coco Chanel used to buy shirts for Boy Capel at Charvet, and like he now started this conversation with Charvet. Please, girl, you made a white cotton shirt and you want to charge almost $5,000 for it. Just be embarrassed about that, okay? Because if that generates conversation, you're not generating the right conversation. People will get angry. And you might get media buzz, but who's going to buy your shit? All of those Oompa Loompa influencers that usually get paid to fly over here and there, they're not the customer that's going to drop $100,000 every collection at Chanel. They don't have that kind of money. Okay? They get invited to be there to post pictures to their hundreds of thousands of followers, but they're not your rich customer that drops $100K to $200, $300, $400K every season. And Chanel has 10 seasons a year. You do the math. So you could generate all the buzz you want. You can get your return on investment because you paid $10 million for the fashion show, but you got your $40 to $50 million on generated, online, internet, social media buzz. Yeah, that's all good and fine. But 6 months from now, when the collection hits the stores and all of the actual clients that spend the money that were saying and complaining, hey, we don't like this show. We didn't like the collection. We're not going to be able to fit in these clothes. They're not going to fit our lifestyle. When they don't come to buy that collection, how important do you think this buzz and how relevant do you think this buzz is going to be? Because even if Chanel is privately owned as a company, they got to generate revenue. And they have enough money already set aside. They can overcome a lot of turbulences and problems. But here's the thing. You're losing relevance. You're losing heritage. You're losing prestige. You're losing the allure. So you can keep generating the buzz but not selling. But how long before your CEOs and your higher ups start saying, maybe we got to change something? Yeah, Chanel can afford to lose some revenue still, but for how long? How long? We don't know. The $4,350 shirt strategy. Some critics were absolutely horrified by the Charvet collaboration shirts. That horror equals the point. The shirts aren't meant to sell. They're meant to reposition Chanel in menswear territory, create craftsmanship narrative. Charvet equals 200 years of tailoring, heritage, generate conversation. $4,350 for a shirt. This is fantasy that fuels reality. You're not supposed to buy the fantasy. You're supposed to buy the reality it makes desirable, girl. La-di-da. Look, here's the thing. You can go to Charvet right now and buy for €400 or €800, depending on what shirt you're buying. You can buy a Charvet shirt. And you know that those people, they're all because you got to wait 6 months till Chanel releases their version of the Charvet shirt. So if you want a Charvet shirt now, you're going to go to Paris, to the Charvet shop, you're going to buy yourself. And they've already started doing it. They're already posting on Instagram their little Charvet shirtlets. And they're like, oh my God, because I'm in the know. Like, I've been, I'm like, what, You haven't bought a Charvet shirt ever. And now you're acting like, no. Oh my God. I said this in another video of mine when I'm analyzing the arrival of Mathieu Blazy at Chanel. Like, tattoo L on your forehead. It's going to be cheaper than buying the actual Charvet shirt. Why Chanel can afford this? Most brands can't afford polarizing creative. Chanel can because they built the foundation. Operational excellence. Lina Nayir's infrastructure build. Did we just put Lina Nayir's infrastructure build in the same sentence as operational excellence? Did you see what she wore to the Spring Summer 26 show? That alone is reason enough to say we're done here. Did you see what she wore. Please. Revenue stability, 25 bag is a runway hit. Not in my books. Recurring staples, 80% of business runs regardless of runway. Brand equity, even negative reviews position them favorably. The gamble alienates some customers, confuse buyers, spark controversy. So are you telling me that they're purposefully alienating some customers? The disrespect. Here's the thing. For the people who wrote this article, like, I get it. They're doing their shtick, they're selling their product, and that's fine, more power to you, and I wish you all the luck in the world. But here's the thing for Chanel. What you did here, I don't think you understand how bad this is. Okay? In one move, you might have generated buzz and you might have made us all talk about you, and that's fine. Look, I get views when I make a video about Chanel too. I'm no dummy. So we all benefit from it. Great. Thank you, Mathieu Blazy, because you're bringing me a lot of views. Thank you for that. I'm bringing in the views because I know how to talk about this. But you're the one who got hired for this shenanigan of a situation, and so here we is. Except you were earning enough money to buy a second house in Paris, and I am going to pay my electricity bill this month. But we digress. So here's where we're at. We have a situation where Chanel, in one single fashion show with Mathieu Blazy, by generating all the buzz and alienating, like this article says, a few customers. Do you know what they actually did? They didn't just alienate a few customers. They disrespected their long-term customers. Because in one single stroke of a hand, with this collection, they have single-handedly made everything that was designed prior to Mathieu Blazy, they've made it obsolete. They have made it dated. They are stating that with this stylistic choice that they allowed Blazy to do, they have wiped away decades and decades of image and style that patrons of Chanel have been paying into and investing to build their wardrobes. Some people have spent millions of dollars or euro throughout the decades at Chanel, building their wardrobes, believing in the brand. You know, part of luxury, and I always say this in my videos, is you're paying an extra amount for the brand, for the logo, for the heritage, but you're also paying more for the fact that the brand is luxury and it promises you, it's an unspoken promise, it promises you that it will keep delivering the same stability from year to year. So you're paying to also have peace of mind that, you know, when you're going to go to Chanel to buy a piece, it's going to look well with all the other pieces you already have. When your, heaven forbid, your 255 were to break after decades of using it, you're just going to go to Chanel and buy a new one. Yeah, granted, they're greedy AF, and they're going to charge you a gazillion times more for it now, 10 years later, but you can go and find it. Well, not anymore. I'm sure they're going to still keep making the classic 255. But now Mathieu Blazy is going to give you the crumpled up, busted 255 bag, you know. And so even that is no longer stability. But the continuity is really important. What Chanel did here, they have single-handedly wiped it off of the screen, wiped it off of the board. It's tabula rasa, baby. And they are telling subliminally to their long-term customers. And why am I knowing this? Because the ladies that have been following me for over a decade, we have a bit of heritage on my channel as well. And we have a little bit of that continuity on my channel as well. And people know what they get. Since over a decade, we have the heritage in the fashion bunker, okay? It's been a while. You know what you get. The ladies trust me, and they write me, and they're like, Dacob, we feel betrayed. So I'm not just inventing bullshit to tell you here. My viewers, or 70% women of a certain age that can afford certain things in life, are writing me, telling me, Dacob, I feel betrayed. These clothes are not for me. This is not my style. And everything I bought from Chanel just one season ago, now they're showing me that it's old. It's no longer relevant. It's obsolete. So yeah, you generated media buzz. Good for you. You alienated a few customers? No, 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 no. This is bigger than a few customers, and you're going to see. You're going to see when the collection hits the stores just how many you've alienated and how much money it's going to cost you. And now Bruno Pavlovsky in interviews saying, oh, it's okay. We can afford, ups and downs, ups and downs. Then he throws Karl Lagerfeld under the bus in an interview to Le Mag, or Le Mag quoted him in their article about Blazy for Chanel, stating that he said, he threw Karl Lagerfeld under the bus. Oh, Lagerfeld also in the 90s made a lot of mistakes when everybody was doing his version of quiet luxury. Karl was opulent doing the Barbie collection for Chanel. I'm like, those were the best years of Chanel. Are you kidding me? That was not a mistake, Bruno. What the hell are you talking about? The 1992 fall-winter collection, the biker collection with the leather, with the chain sunglasses, that's history. Mid-90s, Linda Evangelista wearing the sequined scuba diving jacket. That's not a faux pas, Bruno. That is history. We will never forget those looks. But how many of us are going to remember Blazy's Chervé cotton shirts? None of us. So how dare you throw Mr. Karl Lagerfeld under the bus like that? Just because now he's gone and you got to move forward and you're trying to sell Blazy to us now. But so you're throwing Karl under the bus. So Mathieu Blazy, I would be very careful because he's going to do the same to you one day. If they do it once, they'll do it again. And so, Bruno Pavlovsky says, oh, Karl made mistakes in the early 90s. Helmut Lang was all the rage. Everything was minimalism. No, honey. And again, we come to what I always say in my videos. The difference between Blazy and Lagerfeld. Lagerfeld was a visionary. Blazy is a strategist. We remember a vision. We forget a strategy like we forget a math equation. Nobody cares about math. You know who cares about math? The social climbers. The sociopaths. They use math. They calculate every step. There's no vision in that. So while Chanel is here sitting, calculating return on investment, $10 million for the fashion show, but they got $40 to $50 million worth of us idiots talking about them after the show. Yay, win-win for Chanel. I don't think so. Long-term analysis, long-term, I don't think so. So they're talking about, again, Camille Moore and Third Eye Insights are talking about the pattern across industries on their Instagram. They're talking about Balenciaga's ugly aesthetic, massive earned media. They quote, allegedly, I gotta say everything, 20% plus sales growth. Supreme's absurd drops, branded bricks and Oreos. Conversation value exceeds product value. Jacques Mousse's tiny bags. What even fits in this debate equals cultural relevance. Honey, Jacques Mousse and culture. I don't know, why would you even put the two in one sentence? But okay. To each their own, I guess. The formula, polarizing hero product generates conversation. Conversation creates cultural relevance. Relevance drives interest in brand. Interest converts on less polarizing products. Revenue comes from the normal stuff. And except, what is normal for Chanel? I just checked out their newly launched Coco Neige collection, the Snow collection. Their version of the Prada nylon bag is $4,000. So what are we talking about? That's our entry-level price tag for a Chanel bag now. Unless you don't want to buy the little Munchkin Kelly, this little, for $2,500. Or the fully leather one for $2,600. Nothing fits in it except for the chain that Chanel made not detachable, because heaven forbid you were to use that chain for something else. So they made the chain not detachable. So if you're going to carry the bag like this, pinching it, you have to put the chain in the bag. That chain then occupies whatever little space was in that bag. You said you got no more space left in the bag. Just FYI. So that's your $2,500, $2,600. That's your entry level. So what items are we actually talking about here when we talk about normal stuff? What's normal at Chanel? Nothing. Nothing. I mean, you're literally adding an extra zero to everything. I was talking to a friend of mine the other day and we were like, oh, you should just take away a zero off of everything. Like that would be then a normal price. Like Chanel adds a zero to everything. So this nylon bag that's $4,000, take away zero, $400. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. The 255 bag that's now $11,000, take away a zero, it's $1,100. Yeah, that makes sense. $1,100, that exactly makes sense. They're just adding a zero to every price tag they got, and they're like, yeah, because we're Chanel. But of course, we look at the nylon bag that costs $4,000, and the price is so high that we automatically we're indoctrinated and we're brainwashed in a way to believe, well, because it is $4,000, it's precious. Oh, it's definitely worth it. If you try to visualize a price tag for that same nylon bag of, instead of $4,000, $400, I mean, it happens to me too. I'm also completely brainwashed. I fight against it. But when I sit in front of a Chanel bag that costs $4,000, I'm like, yeah, I mean, it's a Chanel bag, expensive, yeah. I don't question the price. I'm like, okay, so if I have the $4,000, I like the bag, I'll buy it. But if the price tag is $400, the first thing I think is, it could be $300. When it goes into that cheap for Chanel standards territory, then all of a sudden I don't respect the price tag attached to that particular product anymore because it's not high enough. This is how far gone we are as customers. These luxury brands have brainwashed us so bad. Be honest here. Be honest here. Don't lie to yourself. If you saw that same bag with a price tag of $400, you would be like, it's cheap. The bag is cheap. It looks cheap. But because they put a $4,000 price tag on it, even though it looks cheap, you're like, no, it doesn't look cheap. I mean, it's a Chanel $4,000 nylon bag. It's all an illusion. Just like all of these numbers are an illusion. Return on investment, add value. Girl. Why your brand probably can't do this, they go on by saying, you can't afford polarization if you need every product to generate revenue, if your operations aren't stable enough to absorb creative risk, if you don't have safety net products subsidizing experimentation, if you're not focused on long-term brand growth, if your customer base is too small to segment. One polarizing moment without this foundation equals existential threat. And again, they repeat that Chanel can lose some very important customers because their base is large enough and because luxury brands focus on long-term brand value. They think in decades, not quarters, as for Chanel, because they're privately owned. Then they say the true lesson. Chanel made a $10 million bet that generated 5 times return through earned media. Some critics hated it. That didn't matter. The calculated risk delivered. Most brands are optimizing at the margins, testing ad variations, improving CTR by 0.3%, reducing CAC by $2. Meanwhile, competitors take calculated bets that transform positioning. The question isn't, should we build infrastructure first? The question is, what paid bet could transform our positioning, and can we afford it strategically? They might be generating buzz at the moment, but they're generating buzz for all the wrong reasons. In my opinion only, of course. They're generating buzz for all the wrong reasons. While Carl would be generating buzz because of his ankle monitor 255 baglets, while he would be generating buzz. Do you remember that one collection? I think it was spring, summer 15 or 16, when he had all of the ladies like on a seaside runway scenario, liberating women. They were all marching with protest shields about the strength of women and fighting in the streets, fighting for female rights. Like, that was a polarizing moment. That was a polarizing moment. That was a moment where a vision was discussed because it tapped into the cultural zeitgeist, socio-political, socio-economical zeitgeist. And yes, Chanel is a luxury company, but nevertheless, even luxury can talk about and comment on the times we're living in. And here's a little tidbit for you. Now, as a person who has been collecting Chanel for decades and been talking about it, studying it, learning about it, I have over 100 books in my library on Chanel. Just check out my archives of videos, over 2,000 videos on my channel that spans over 11 years. Many videos on Chanel, many researches done, many live streams done. Not just fashion, but also perfumes, makeup. I mean, her whole heritage, her history, her past. I have videos on books to read on Chanel where I give you tips on which books you should read. All this to say what? You know, Chanel is about vision and also creating comfort. Something wearable, a moment that is easy to wear, easy to pull off. And you can introduce tapping into the times, even today, even when all the brands are playing it safe. And I do believe that Chanel, when they hired Blasi, they didn't want to revolutionize anything. I think they hired him because they wanted to play it safe. They want to keep earning money in these times, especially when Hermes is now topping them, you know. But we digress. So here's, as a person who has been studying Coco Chanel and Chanel heritage for decades now, here's what I would have done for my first collection. You want something controversial? I would have united something that Carl did, which was tapping into the zeitgeist of the times, with Coco Chanel's practicality. Now, what Mathieu Blasi delivered was a busted 255 bag on the runway. The disrespect, I made a whole video on the 255 bag by Blasi. Go check out that video on my channel. You know what my 255 bag would have been for this first collection had they hired me? Of course, they would not have hired me. I'm too controversial for them. I'm too much like Coco. You know, she was a gossiper. She was a drama queen. She was openly zesty about everything. Oh, Bruno Pavlovsky and Lina Nair, they don't want that. They don't want anything that looks like Chanel, like Coco Chanel. No. They want an obedient little yay-sayer that is going to do exactly what they want. No scandals whatsoever. Where's the fun in that? That's not fashion. Well, here's what I would do. Given the times we're living in, Mathieu Blasi would have never dared. But given the times we're living in, and the difficulty we're living in, we're at the verge of a world catastrophe. Just wake up and smell the coffee, people. Well, my luxury ladies, you know what they would have seen on the runway? I would have designed a 255 bag for the trenches, honey. We're ready for the war. It would have been the first ever camouflage 255 bag. It would have been slightly bigger. You can turn it into a backpack for all the luxury ladies that have to run away from home because it's being bombarded. You grab your camouflage 255, honey, with extra pockets added so you can add a little lip gloss just for the trenches. You can add your little carry water bottleette, you know, passport, because you need your passport when you're escaping from home. And you need that bag to hide yourself when you're in nature. You put the bag in front of you and you have the camouflage. You see what I mean? I know this is a little bit tongue-in-cheek and over the top, but that's exactly how you tap into the zeitgeist if you want to do Chanel correctly. And why am I combining both Carl and Coco with this idea? First of all, because Carl would have created something scandalous like that. But second of all, Coco would have thought about this because it's practical. There's nothing more practical than hiding in the wilderness when you need to hide to survive. So a bag that is practically shielding you is very Chanel. Nay says, I can see the campaign ad now. And of course, it's ridiculous. Of course it is. That's the point. The people have ankle monitors. The last thing they think about is, oh, let me buy a Chanel ankle monitor bag to embellish my ankle monitor. But Carl did the ankle monitor bags. Because it's tapping into the times we're living in. Obviously, it's very critical of the times we're living in. That's when fashion borders to art. It is an elitist thing because it's luxury. And it's like saying, I'm going to snob the fact that there's so much destruction around me. I'm going to buy the camouflage bag. That's the exact type of thinking. And look, how many people have fallen for it. Check this out. I'm filming this live in front of a live virtual audience. People are upset. Why? Because I wanted you to be upset. You see how manipulable you are? Somebody says, lol, please. And somebody says, that's the last thing you would think about in that situation. Yeah. And I'm generating exactly the type of buzz. Just by saying this, I'm getting these reactions. Somebody says, very Chanel, yes. A little peekaboo moment. Love how witty you are, Dacob. Look at that. Look at that. Some people are falling for it. And they're like, oh my God, that's disgusting. And then some people are, oh man, this is amazing. There you go. Now we're starting a conversation. And we're not, you see, the buzz that Mathieu Blazy generated with his collection was only about whether or not his stuff was Chanel enough. Oh, it's Chanel, it's not Chanel. It's Chanel, it's not Chanel. That's the only buzz he generated. But just a simple idea is this camouflage bag. We're not questioning whether or not this is Chanel. No. We have accepted that it's Chanel. It has a double C on it, okay? Or the turn lock, the Mademoiselle turn lock, if it's 255. But we're not questioning the Chanelisms of it. No, instead, Chanel has tapped into culture. And now we're commenting on, oh my God, I would never use that bag. I could not use that bag. I could use that bag. Oh, I want that bag. Oh my God, it's so tongue-in-cheek. You see what I mean? We're on another level here. We're not talking whether or not this is Chanel. No, we're just talking about how disgusting this is or how amazing this is. But it's Chanel. With Mathieu Blazy, we're just saying, is this Chanel or is this not Chanel? That's really not a very strong beginning to a tenure as an artistic director at a colossus such as Chanel. So, yeah, maybe they're like clapping all the way to the bank saying, yay, we only spent 10 million for the show, but we got 15 million back in ads. Okay, good for you. But did you do it and did it all happen for the right reasons or maybe not for the right reasons? Sure, you have enough money and time to still correct course, and you probably will. As soon as you see those numbers come in, how many of those clients that you've alienated are actually going to end up buying the collection? I have a little idea about the people who are alienated right now, the clients that are alienated about the collection. You know, some of them have been brainwashed by Chanel for a long time now. And as much as they feel appalled at seeing this current Mathieu Blazy collection, I have a sneaky suspicion that by the time that the Spring-Summer 2026 collection hits boutiques, and many Instagrammers post photos about it or start posting unboxings, for two reasons, I think many of those clients that feel alienated now are going to come back to Chanel. For one, they're going to get FOMO, because they've been buying Chanel for so long, now all of a sudden they're going to start getting fear of missing out, and they're going to buy into it. Even though they don't like it, they're going to buy it because they also want to be part of the club. They also need their endorphin kick. They also need to unbox these things on their social media platforms, and they also need to get likes. And they're going to start getting likes from new viewers because the viewers that like this new Blazy direction, They're going to look for this stuff. So all of a sudden, you're going to expand your followers. Second reason they're going to want to buy into this, after all, is because Chanel knows how to play the psychology game. You're never the top tier customer at Chanel. There's always somebody above you. And very subtly and sneakily, they make you know that, because you don't get invited to every event. You don't get invited to every special gathering. You don't get invited to every show. You have to spend a little bit more to make it to the next tier. And when you do that, you think, oh, I finally made it to the top. No, they make sure to subtly make you find out that there was actually somebody who was invited to something that you were not invited to because you still didn't spend enough. And now all of a sudden you want to stop spending? Not buying? Well, they're just not going to invite you anymore to any event. No more freebies for your birthday. Then you're going to feel like you're not only missing out on the collection that other people on social media are showing, but you're also going to have the fear of not belonging anymore into this luxury elitist club. No more invitations to the shows, no more flying you around. No, sorry, you didn't spend enough anymore, so you're no longer part of this club. Oh, trust you me, many people are going to get such panic attacks when they realize that they might fall out of that club 6 months from now. They're going to buy the Blasi collection. But again, is that a good reason to win over your customers? By subliminally conditioning them to feel like they have to spend? I don't know about you, but I think, at least because Chanel is in the European Union, even though they've moved their headquarters to Great Britain, so technically they're not in the EU anymore, economically and politically, but as a originally European brand, I think the EU should consider making new laws about all of these little manipulative strategies and games that a lot of these brands are playing with their customers, their loyalty tier programs, and so on and so forth. I know that they're not mandatory. You don't have to be a part of these programs if you don't want to, but they're there. And you know that they're there. And that, just by knowing that they're there, that already influences the way you're spending your money. Psychology plays a big factor here, and it ain't good. So for all the wrong reasons, in my humble opinion, things are moving in a direction for Chanel currently under Blasi that appears to be in the right direction for them in terms of how they're going to sell, their notoriety, and so on and so forth. But long term, is the game that they're playing a winning game or a losing game? Let me know down below your thoughts. Look, I'm just analyzing the situation. I might be rough around the edges sometimes with the things I say, but look, I wish Chanel all the best. I love Chanel. I spent, oh my God, I don't even want to say how much money throughout these decades on Chanel. And I love their perfumes and I keep buying their stuff. But like, I try to always level with myself and have at least a little bit of decency and decorum left in me to say like, hold on a minute, they're manipulating me here, aren't they? And yeah, sometimes I go along with the manipulation, but also sometimes I'm like, well, hold on a minute. No. Not today, Linda, not today. So it's a give and take, it's a pull, it's a tug, it's, but look, food for thought, okay? I'm giving it to you straight. It's a vision. I'm having a vision and I'm sharing it with you. Not a strategy, but a vision. Let me know your thoughts down below. Love you loads. Subscribe. Let's get to 100K and thumb up the video. Never give up on love. Bye. What do you guys think? Everybody became very silent. I know like I'm very educational today, but I haven't streamed in 2 weeks. And so if I don't stream in 2 weeks, there's like a gazillion topics that I want to do. And then I get overwhelmed with the amount of topics. And I'm like, okay, I have to really condense and just pick the most important ones. And usually the most important ones are very cerebral and kind of deep, and then I get exhausted doing them, but then I really want to do them because I feel like they're important to do, but then I overwhelm you guys because I'm like talking about deep stuff that is not that entertaining. So my apologies. Hi, Cecilia Brown. Glad to see you back. Dacob, MMM. I'm glad he's driving away clients. Period. No Vasquez. Media dollars is not customer dollars. Preach, sister. Zyka says, Dacob, do you still think Chanel will go public anytime soon? Nah, not at the moment. You're just being honest, says Nate. Thank you. No apologies necessary, says Kaz. Bravo. Thank you so much, Kaz. Robbie Lorraine. When Professor is speaking, I want to listen. Nay says, I would have been up in the chats more, but I was doing my nighttime skincare. Roger Garcia, I can't believe how the poor model walked the runway with one heel. Oh, don't even get me started. I talked about that in my review of that fashion show, how she was walking with one broken shoe. No words. Cecilia says, for me, it's only vintage Chanel. Pink Lookbook says, don't you think Chanel's copying LVMH and especially Louis Vuitton and Dior? They sacrificed long-term clients for the sake of buzz and the aspirational customer. Honestly, I think we just got to get rid of all those Belgian designers that all came out of that same frickin' school. It's so annoying. They're all doing the same shtick. They're all doing the same shtick, and it's just their time to shine, I guess. You know? They're all doing the same shtick because they all come from the same... and since you're from Austria, you know the German term Blutleer. They're all blood empty, bloodless. It's a really cool German word, by the way. That's the thing. That's the thing. And they're all, so obviously they're not, it's not like Chanel is copying LVMH. No, it's just that both of the designers have no character. They're Blutleer. They say, yes, oh yes, master. Yeah, I'll do that for you, you know? And that's it. No, Pink Lookbook says yes. There you go. I'm not sponsored, so you're going to see, I'm going to cover the logo when I'm drinking something that is not too healthy maybe, but I love it. It's giving me the energy to get through the stream. I'll tell you what it is in the after show. Oh, it's totally legal. It's totally fine, but and it's not alcohol. Oh, Natadida, I'm sewing a dress for my daughter's Barbie. That is so cute, Natadida. Hi, Hanky Panda. How's it going? Lunar says, so what would you name the live stream if Pharrell moves to Chanel? The live stream? Pharrell designed for Chanel already. He did a capsule collection for Chanel after Carl passed away. It was terrible. He did hoodies and oh my God, it was so bad. And the sunglasses from the 90s. Hi, Pumpkin Ziggy. Nay says, sponsored by Chally, don't lie. Oh, speaking of Chally water, I have an update for you. Is this breaking news? Breaking news, you guys. You remember whenever we do the Chally water. Hit it, Queen Camilla. Oh wait, it's still playing the music? Regina Camilla. Remember the scandal of the Chally water being a little bit spunky? And everybody, and the people from the Ritz, not that Ritz, the other Ritz, there was a whole lawsuit. We talked about it like 2 years ago, hence why we always do the Chally Waters skit on my channel since 2 years now. And they sued because the woman thought that the person who delivered her the water in the hotel jizzed into the water. So they held the bottle of water and they, you know, sued the hotel because they said that somebody jizzed in the bottle of water. And then we made the whole joke that it was Camilla and Chally. And anyway, so here's the lawsuit. And here's the update. United States, of course, stuff like this can only happen in the United States. United States District Court, Northern District of California. Okay, order granting defendant's motion for summary judgment. Look, it's a couple of pages long. I'm not going to torture you and go through all of this. I'm going to make a long story short. Basically, the judge ruled against the woman suing the Ritz Carlton Hotel because apparently or allegedly, let me read what we wrote here. Charlie Water lawsuit dropped by judge because there was allegedly not enough sperm evidence. I don't need that. That's it. So that's isn't that funny? A couple said their vacation ended in horror after drinking from a contaminated hotel water bottle, but a judge said their case didn't have enough evidence. I guess whoever jizzed into that bottle didn't produce enough. Can you believe? Can you believe the audacity? The lie detector test determined? Wait, what does that mean, Madison? Nay says, oh my God. Spermine is in mushroom, gives it that bleach taste smell. Oh my God, Hanky Panda. Look at you getting all technical with us. So it wasn't jizz, it was a mushroom. I mean, it comes out of something that's shaped like a mushroom. But we digress. Let's just like take a couple of steps back, people. Get your minds out of the gutter. Get your minds out of the gutter, and we're moving on. Anyway. Oh, hi, JLB. Bonjour tout le monde. I am glad to see you back and catch a part of this live stream. Glad you're here with us. All right. Oh, gosh. Okay. There's this article. You guys, this one is interesting because, again, if I can find it here, where is it? I have it, you guys. Right, so this was the Chanel article, and then I had... found it. Okay. All right. It's the end of luxury as we know it. We've been reporting about the end of luxury since like 2020. And in the beginning, everybody's like, what are you talking about, Dacob? Well, here we are. Things are falling apart. Lawsuits, they're fighting, they're battling it out. The brands all of a sudden are not earning as much money. The ones that went public or that are public, they're not generating enough revenue. The shareholders, the stockholders are complaining. People are getting fired. We're seeing yet again the musical chairs game of the fashion houses trying to exchange designers to freshen up the vibe, the zhuzh of their brands, but they're changing them and switching them up way too quickly. At the end of the day, they're not really bringing in new, fresh talent. It's always the same people. It's just become all really annoying. I mean, look at Blasi. He went from Bottega to Chanel, and now it looks like Chanel became Bottega because, you know, we've seen all the comparisons of his last few years' collections at Bottega. Now Chanel looks like he's kind of using some ideas from Bottega at Chanel, and it's just like J.W. Anderson at Dior looks like Loewe at Dior. So it's like it's all a mishmash. I mean, it's really becoming embarrassing. Well, Here's another example of why it's the end of luxury. I got an article here from eceuropa.eu, the European official website, something. Commission fines fashion brands Gucci, Chloé, and Loewe over 157 million euro for anti-competitive pricing practices. So back in, when was it, 2023 or 2024, the European Commission that battles all of these unfair practices did a little raid on Gucci, on Loewe, and on Chloé, respectively in Italy, Spain, and France. And, well, they found out that these brands were, in some cases, forcing resellers, and by resellers, authorized dealers mostly, right, to fix prices the way they want them to, which is anti-competitive and not allowed in Europe. And by this simple example, like let's say Gucci sells their bag for 2,000 euro in their own Gucci boutiques. But then there's also authorized retailers that are also allowed to sell the bag. They have the authorized, authorization to sell it. Technically, it's always stated at the bottom like recommended retail price, not forced upon. Well, apparently, Gucci, Loewe, and Chloé were telling these third-party resellers or authorized dealers, you have to make this price, like the one that we have on our website. You're not allowed to do sales outside of the time frames when we do sales. You can't make your sales longer than we make our sales, to avoid competition so that customers would be forced to have to buy, either at Gucci directly, but not have to look far away from Gucci, because if I want to buy a Gucci bag and the reseller, the authorized dealer that sells many different brands, including Gucci, has the Gucci bag I want at the same price as the Gucci boutique, of course I'm going to prefer buying the bag at the Gucci boutique because I'm going to get the better packaging, I'm going to get the whole Gucci service. Maybe they're going to give me a little Gucci freebie to thank me, a little perfume sample from Gucci or something like that. You know what I mean? It's a better overall experience. Now, if on the other hand, as a customer, I want to buy that specific Gucci bag, and at Gucci it's full price, but at the authorized dealer, they're having a special sale going on this week. They got 20% off on that bag with a coupon code. I don't care about the packaging. I'm going to go for the 20% off. Well, Gucci, Loewe, and Chloé for many years were saying, nah, So they were manipulating the market, forcing these retailers to abide by their price choices of prices, and that's illegal in Europe. So, now everything I say in this video is for entertainment purposes only, not rooted in truths or facts. Everything's alleged and just my opinion. But the article reads here that Gucci, Loewe, and Chloé were caught doing just that. And they were fined, except, oh, how lovely of the European Union. Girl, everything is rigged. The whole system is rigged. So what do? They fined them a lot of money, but they said, since all three of these brands collaborated with the investigation, collaborated with the investigators from the European Union, they gave them access to things, admitted to everything, because they were collaborating with them, the authorities mindered their, the fines up to 50% in some cases. So the following table details the duration of each company's infringement. So Gucci was found to have infringed upon these competition clauses in Europe from April 2015 up until April 2023. Gucci has been doing it for almost 10 years. Let that sink in. Chloé was doing it, according to this research, from December 2019 until April 2023. That they were busted in 2023, right? That's why when they stopped. Loewe was doing it December 2015 until April 2023, allegedly. So the brands cooperated with the authorities. They got their fines lowered, and Gucci had a reduction for cooperation with the authorities of 50%. The fine that Gucci had to pay after the 50% reduction was 119,674,000 euro. Chloé only got a reduction for cooperation of 15%. That's 15%. I guess they didn't cooperate just as much as Gucci did. They had to end up paying 19,690,000 euro fine after reduction. Loewe cooperated quite a bit and got a reduction of 50%, that's 50%, and the fine after reduction that Loewe had to pay was 18,009,000 euro. Interesting. And also, where does this money go? The antitrust cooperation procedure is inspired by the well-established cartel settlements procedure and can be used in other situations where companies are willing to acknowledge their liability for an infringement of the EU competition rules, including the facts and legal qualification. The cooperation framework allows the Commission to apply a simpler and faster procedure and the cooperating companies to obtain a reduction in fines. The Commission assesses on a case-by-case basis whether a case would be suitable for cooperation, taking into account the probability of reaching a common understanding with the company within a reasonable time frame. There is neither a right nor an obligation for companies to pursue the cooperation path. Fines imposed on companies found in breach of EU antitrust rules are paid into the general EU budget. These proceeds are not earmarked for particular expenses, but member states' contributions to the EU budget for the following year are reduced accordingly. The fines, therefore, help to finance the EU and reduce the burden for taxpayers. That's a cool thing. When I read that part, I was like, oh, you go, EU. Oh, you go, Europe. So basically what they're saying here is that these hundreds of millions of euro that these companies were fined for having violated antitrust European laws, those hundreds of millions of euro go into the general European cash, like register, and are then distributed to all of the European countries and taken into like taxes, so that, let's say, France needed to pay $1 billion in taxes. Well, they now don't have to pay $1 billion. They're reduced by 100 million because Gucci paid in. That would be Italy. But they distribute it on, amongst each other, all the European countries. So that would kind of lower the burden of taxes for taxpayers. Now, obviously, this is peanuts compared to the amount of money that taxes generate. The revenue generated through taxes is insane. 100 million euro is peanuts in the bigger scheme of things. But obviously, if we analyze it from like individually, like $100 million for me would be a lot. But for the European Union, $100 million is probably peanuts. But think about it. If many brands and companies violate these antitrust laws bit by bit, you collect a lot of money, right? It's a good idea in theory, right? But how the money then gets distributed to lower the tax burden on all of the people living in Europe, that's another question. However, it's great that they do it. You know what I mean? The idea itself is great. So I just wonder how much these brands retaliate at a certain point, because, I mean, they're situated in Europe. They could also say, well, we're going to leave Europe. How about we leave Europe? How about we go somewhere else, you know? I don't know if they're allowed to leave the countries really that they're settled in, because it's a whole thing. Maybe the government has to also decide and give permission for certain sales to happen from state to state, you know, outside of Europe, inside of Europe. We don't know. But interesting idea, isn't it? These kind of laws and situations, yeah, reducing the burden of taxpayers, ultimately. And quite frankly, if you think about it, if Gucci was doing this for almost 10 years, how much money did they make these authorized sellers lose? Because they didn't let them compete with them. And they were charged half of what they were originally fined, reducing their fine to, what did they say? Something like 120 million euro. So it was supposed to be 240 million euro. That was reduced to 120 million euro. 120 million euro for a brand like Gucci that belongs to Kering, divided through 9 years, that's nothing to them. So I think it's like kind of a slap on the wrist more than anything else in terms of how much money they had to end up paying for having violated antitrust laws for the duration of 9 years, because the amount of money that they generated by violating these antitrust laws in the span of 9 years, I would think highly exceeds the 120 million euro in 9 years. Just let that sink in. Just saying. But hey, better than nothing. And good for you, Europe, you know, for sticking to your guns somehow. Things can be better, though. You know, we can still do things better. Just saying. Now we got to crack down on all of the sweatshops, you know. And I don't think Europe has been doing it really very well. But they're kind of showing that they're trying. But again, the brands get a slap on the wrist when they get caught. And it's not really getting fixed. The problem isn't really getting solved. Just letting you guys know. Anyway, let me know your thoughts down below. Thank you so much for watching. Subscribe. Let's get to 100K and never give up on love. Thumb up the video. Bye. I swear I learn so much every time I watch Dacob's stream. Oh, thank you, Madison. I'm so glad to hear that. Oh, Lunar says same. Thank you. The Gucci sales must be low this season. They're competing for sales with the authorized dealers. Out of the gutter into the bottle. Oh, Charlie water. Okay, now, let's chill a little. We're going to watch a fashion show. I'm going to rest my voice because I got an after show to do. I promised you a fashion show. Who didn't fall asleep, you guys? Who's still with us? Pink Lookbook says, thanks for sharing this. Really interesting. It's peanuts, but at least a start. Oh, it's, yeah, better than nothing. Who's still with us? Who's ready for the fashion show? This was the only fashion show this Paris Fashion Week that I actually liked. And it's very old school, you guys. And maybe some of you are going to say, what the hell? And there's no innovation. It's like it came straight from the 60s. But at least it was very true to the DNA of Pierre Cardin. So for those of you who don't know, I am in a Pierre Cardin movie. Let me show you the poster. So go check out on Netflix, or maybe it's also on Amazon, The House of Cardin. Let me blend in a beautiful Japanese poster of the movie. Yours truly is in this documentary. Right before Naomi Campbell, I pop up with short blonde hair, learning how to pronounce Pierre Cardin. So I'm a part of the movie. I didn't earn a cent. They wrote me asking me if they can use my footage. I'm like, for Pierre Cardin, you can use anything. I was like, yeah, where do I sign? You can use my footage. I did not earn a dime. And I was very honored that they asked me to be a part of this. And of course I said yes. And of course I said no money. For Pierre, I know Pierre Cardin is a billionaire, or was. He's no longer with us, but I don't care. It's still a privilege to be a part of this. So I am in the House of Cardin documentary. After he passed away, Mr. Cardin's nephew took over the house and he's designing. And that's exactly what we're going to watch now. Are you ready for this beautiful blast from the past? It's a 24-minute show, you guys. It's long. So get yourself a snack, get a coffee, and enjoy this time capsule. It really, it healed my soul to see this show. It healed my soul. Nothing innovative. It's very space age. It looks like it came out of the 60s. I don't care. I loved it more than anything else this fashion week. So the video is from Pierre Cardin's YouTube channel, so it falls under fair use because we're going to review it. However, I did change the music. We're going to use copyright-free music. Here goes. Enjoy this beautiful time capsule travel. The show took place in Paris. Kind of sad, really, very poverty. It took place on the street, on the sidewalk in front of the Pierre Cardin boutique, which I've been to several times. They've never renovated it. It's the same like it was in the 60s. It's kind of falling apart. It's kind of sad. But it's also beautiful because when you enter that place, you're like, where? How did I enter a time portal? How am I back in the 60s? It's insanity. So the show is basically the models walk through the boutique and then they exit the boutique and then they walk down the sidewalk on the side of the boutique. I mean, it's like really like, but you know what? It's so charming. It has so much heart and it feels dusty. I love it. I love every moment of it. Let's watch it and let's enjoy. Enjoy. This is a feast for the eyes, you guys. Okay, this is my old school music. Remember this from like 10 years ago on my channel? We're doing heritage here. All right, so they're like preparing here. This is inside the boutique. Oh, that's Maryse Gaspard. I met her. She was lovely. She sent me a Christmas card once. Oh, she's such a sweetheart. The lady, she was Cardin's model. The lady sitting there with the dark sunglasses in beige. She's the directrice de la haute couture de Pierre Cardin, and she's also the director of the boutique. So the models are like all positioning themselves. I want the new Evolution shield glasses as well. Oh my God, I want these shield glasses so bad in the violet color. And I love the fact that the models are getting ready in front of the audience. It's very raw. They're positioning themselves in front of you. They're not hiding their preparation. They're preparing in front of the audience. I love it. This is the side of the Pierre Cardin boutique. His signature color was that bottle green color, by the way. I know how every designer has their signature color. You see the color of the building, how they painted it? That bottle green is Pierre Cardin's signature color. In case you're questioning why the hell that color, that was his favorite color. So they're kind of positioning themselves, trying to figure out, I love this shit. This is so good. They all have the same height, all of the models. Like everybody's like, look, they're like Velcroing stuff. Like, look, you can put mouse ears on your hips. Quinn, you tell him, girl. You show them those mouse ears. Show them those lips on the hips, honey. Yes, Quinn. It's giving me 60s. It's giving me 80s. It's giving me I don't give an F, you know. I'm just like, love the hairdo as well. You know, Pierre Cardin was also the father of Space Age, together with André Courrèges, and there's a little bit of, they also helped out a lot Paco Rabanne. But, you know, Pierre Cardin is the one. He's the one we remember, also because he continued doing the same stuff ever since. I love, and by the way, that little metal thing, that's a brooch. I want that pin. The round little metal thing. Oh my God, you're gonna see some brooches in this show. And by the way, on the videos, they're like these AI generated or CGI generated landscapes, because Pierre Cardin was an architect too, you guys, don't forget. He was designing these visions for the future. He designed a vision for the future also outside of Venice. He originally comes from Veneto, Italian, but then they didn't let him construct this vision of the future in Venice, unfortunately. But I think they're showing some of his ideas on these screens. I love these little tiny pedestals that they're standing on. I mean, this to me is fashion. I'm sorry, Paris. You forgot what fashion is. All of these multi-billion-dollar fashion houses running after the money and the prestige. Bullshit. This is fashion. This is how you do it. I love this. This is just so out of it. And wait till the other ones come through, you know. It starts kind of slow. And the carpet, that dirty green. Just the honesty, you know, the rawness of this. Oh, man, it's just so beautiful. Oh, queen. Oh, she's amazing. The body, the move, the attitude. Oh, my God. Okay, I love this. Love the pink with the black and the bow. This is, and by the way, you know, this is during the Pret-a-Porter Fashion Week. You know, this can easily be haute couture, but they're like showing this during Pret-a-Porter. Oh, man. Oh, the bubbles, the circles. It's very Pierre Cardin. Obviously, also in Absolutely Fabulous, we have an obsession for Pierre Cardin, especially in the Ab Fab movie, where Bubbles, we find out the name Bubbles is because she bought the Pierre Cardin Palais Boulet, or the Bubble Palace that he built, that looks like bubbly in the south of France. Bubbles bought it, and Adina asks her, with what money? You're my assistant. And Bubbles says, I took your money and bought it. And there's a gorgeous scene in the Bubble Palace in Ab Fab. So these bubbles and balls and circles, it's very much Pierre Cardin. And this is Space Age, you guys. And I think his nephew carries on the legacy of Pierre Cardin beautifully. Beautifully carries the legacy of Pierre Cardin. These neoprene materials, lurex, stretchy spandexes. I love all this shit. I want this as a vest. And this is a vest. I think they just put it over. I would wear this every day. Love this little purple blue thing. Oh, this is so cute. It's like a flower, futuristic flower that opens up, the pink and black. You guys, I mean, this is what I want from Paris. I'm sorry, but like when you're giving me fashion, I want this. I don't care that it's super 60s. This to me it's timeless. It's forever. This, oh. The tie coming out of that slit, just magical. God, I love Pierre Cardin so much. And his nephew is doing a wonderful job carrying the legacy. And then look at the projection in the background of the futuristic vision that Pierre Cardin had of a future city and how people would live in this beautiful, comfortable, bubbly landscapes. I want to live in this world, you know, and that's what fashion is to me. When I see a fashion show like this, I want to wear these clothes in that world. That's what I want. The colors are so beautiful. Oh, look at this brooch. Oh my God, a dream. That brooch is everything. This skirt is so beautiful. It's playful, but it's also sexy and alluring, and it's otherworldly, but we understand it at the same time. It's foreign to us, but it also feels like home at the same time. So beautiful. Some of these are more experimental, obviously, you know, not as wearable, but others are wearable. I love all the clients sitting there. Everybody's just like, who, what? I love it. This is a little devil moment here with a devil tail. It's giving me Lilou from The Fifth Element a little bit, but that was a Jean-Paul Gaultier outfit, of course, which was referencing Pierre Cardin again. Love the sunnies. Love this. It looks like a futuristic flower. Love the lilac with that beautiful pastel yellow. Ah, divine. Look at this. This is another floral, futuristic floral arrangement. This is, what do you might call it? The kala flower. What's it called in English? Oh man, that necklace. Actually, that's also a brooch, you guys. This metal thing. Oh my God, it's so beautiful. Is it a necklace? No, I think they attached it to the top. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 metal pieces attached to each. Oh my gosh. Oh, look, we got a virus. Look at this little creature. Oh, wait, she took one of them off and she turned it into a ring, shut the front door. You can move them around on your body. I love it. It's just so playful. Oh, I love the metallic lavender. Oh, this is beautiful. And the little pebbles attached to her, I'm sure they're also detachable. Oh, I want them as a brooch. A pinhead Cenobite. Oh, Robbie Lorraine, look at you quoting 80s movies. Hellraiser, baby, the one and only. Motion engine, very good. Can you say magnetique? I love that they put the brooch on the pudenda, a little bit above. Oh, these bags. This is how you do a modern bag. You know how they open and close? I think one of the models is going to show. They have this kind of like, they open and close like this. You pull a little lever and they open like, you know, like those like doors in like space science fiction movies. You see, this one is open. But when you pull the tab close, it closes like that. Ah, that bag is divine. Divine, I want that bag. That's a bag. That's, you know, that's a different bag. Like, everybody else is doing the same shit. Oh, and I love these shoes too. I'm sure they didn't get Pierre Cardin shoes for the show. They just bought a gazillion of the same shoe type. But I like them. They're very 80s. The shoes are very 80s. Very rare to find shoes like that nowadays. Love the shoe, by the way. But I don't think the shoes are Pierre Cardin. I might be wrong, but I don't think they are. I think they just, you know, took a basic kind of like sleek black heel for all the models. And it's a great choice. The shoes are perfect for the occasion, I in my opinion. Are they going to show in the video how the model closes the bag? It has a name, this mechanism where everything kind of goes into the center and then opens again. There's a name to this mechanism, but something scope, periscope, something, I don't know what's it called. You know. Oh yeah, Cass says it's so clever basing everything on the black hat suit. That dramatic gold hole is so cool. I mean, everything is so cool. I mean, look at this. Oh, gosh. Love, love, love these catsuit overall things with the little tiny Dolce Vita turtlenecks. They could have come out of a James Bond movie, you know, the ladies that are working with the villain. Oh, look at that oily makeup, sleek makeup look. They're aliens, but then they're also maybe not aliens. They left Earth to inhabit another planet. And we're seeing how human beings are going to look. Ah, there you see that bag is closed. That's how it looks when it's closed. And then you pull that lever and then it opens. Ha! She opened it now. Damn, we didn't see it on camera. Look, she pulled the lever and the bag opened. Look, ah! She closed and opened it. Oh my God, I love it. I want the backpack. Oh my God, this is so cute. Oh, look at the kids. Oh my God, they're adorable. Oh my God, they're so cute. They're like, yeah, we're in outer space. Oh, look at the little girl holding it. That's probably her brother. She's probably holding her brother's hand. Oh my God, they're adorable. Oh, they put a little bubble on. So cute. Oh man, they're so cute. And here's that bag again. I love that bag. I want that bag, okay? Oh, the bib. We have a Pierre Cardin bib, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Pierre Cardin bib. Oh, love the pebbles, love the green. I love a good emerald green with a lurex purple. Oh man, I love colors like these. They're so space age, but they're so vibrant and full of life. Oh, the kids are waving. It's probably their parents in the audience. That's so cute. Oh, look at her. Look at her fanning herself from the shoulder. Oh man, the architecture. Oh yes, queen, pose, pose, give us more. Ah, the opulent, The ribbon. Oh my God. Love it. And he just pressed the brooch. Shut the front door. Oh, give me more of that brooch, please. Oh. Oh, she can open her arms and they're like wings, probably. Bat wing dress, and also attached via Velcro. You can detach it and attach it somewhere else. I think that's the whole point. You buy a bodysuit and then you buy all of these attachables and then you build your own outfit. I think that's the idea of this collection. Everything is attached via the Velcros. Wow, modular fashion, treated like architecture. I love this. I love this. You buy basically your cat suit and then you build on that. You build on top by buying all the different accessories, like you would when you buy a doll, and then you buy all the accessories to dress her up. I love this. I love the concept. You have your basic structure and then just you build on top of it whatever you want, you know? That's, I think, the idea. Oh, this is so beautiful. Oh, twirl for me. Oh, she took off the magic. No, seriously, this is so simple, but it works. Oh, this is like a modern version of Snow White, isn't it? It's like Minnie Mouse and Snow White in the future. Beautiful. Oh my God, the butterfly wing, just holding your hand to keep the dress in place. Love. I love a performative outfit where the body interacts with the shape of the... No, this is so beautiful. So beautiful. Oh, and the model, she's amazing. Her eyes are so alien-like. Wonderful. And they gave her the silver stiletto. Lovely. Man, you guys, you see, this is when fashion makes me dream, you know? It just... This is vision. It's you know, it's not complicated, but it's transformative to the point where you just go, oh. Love it. Love the little capelet. You go, girl. Go conquer the universe for all of us, girl. Save us. Earth is in trouble, and you're going to save it. Period. You know? Oh, shut the front door. She just revealed a bow. Girl, you give him that bow. You tell him. You tell him, girl. Oh, man. She's like, here, that's the dot. That's the belly button. Okay, just in case you didn't. Yeah, now show us the second bow. She's like, nothing. I'm doing nothing. Ooh, look at her. Oh, they applied these bits on the... Oh, this is beautiful. I love the plissé. Okay, girl, you opened that. Okay, what are you showing us? Uh-huh. I love the modular fashion. Oh, okay. Oh, man, this is so Pierre Cardin. Yeah, there you go. The drapery, the color combos, also very Werner Panton. It comes from the same time as Pierre Cardin. They're both space age. One is a furniture designer, an interior designer, Pierre Cardin being an architect and a fashion designer. But Pierre Cardin also designed quite a bit of furniture, so, you know, he gave Panton a run for his money. I'm not talking about Pantone with an E. No, I'm talking about Panton without an E. Werner Panton. Coincidentally, my favorite furniture designer. But anyway, we digress. She's like, here, like, I got my bag right there. Try to steal something from me in the subway. I got the bag right there with the zipper. I see you, thieves. Yeah. This is so lovely, you guys. This is such a joy to see. And then they made the carpet the color of Pierre Cardin, you know, his signature bottle green. Ooh, she's opening. Okay, her clutch became a dress. Shut the front door. The clutch became a dress. Love it. Love it. It's so useless. I love it. I love it. Oh my God. Okay, she's like covering the pudenda and the butthole. She gave the front entrance and the back entrance a rooftop just in case it rains on the other planet. Of course, we have to think about every situation. He's like, look, I got 2 testicles. One is longer than the other. Oh, the brooch. Oh, here we go. Oh, stop. Oh my God. Please, somebody give me that brooch. Oh. Yeah, speechless, like, on a whole other level of beauty. Seriously, you guys. Oh, this is elegant. The short capelet, it's a collar, but it's also like a little capelet. This is so beautiful. I love how it bounces. There's that bag again. Oh, she has a mesh net over. Oh, this is so beautiful. This is like a cardinal from another planet. I love this. This is so elegant. Oh, there goes that brooch again. Yeah. Yeah, of course the flower. Of course it's there. Duh. Secret garden. IYKYK. Living. We love a good flower. You tell him, girl. You tell him where it's at. Oh, look at the lady in the audience. She was like, she's like, that flower. Oh, wow. Okay. She's like, look, white, invisible, but inside red and black. La flor de mi secreto, very Pedro Modovan. She's like, oh, I love that the cape. Look, it's attached at the bottom. Oh, this is so elegant. The cuffs on the ankles. Oof, this is good. Not a big fan of the catsuit colorway combo here, but that cape, everything. Oh, it's so beautiful. You show him, girl. Oh, this is like Star Wars, Star Trek, but fashion, you know? It's mad. And it flows so effortlessly. It seems like it's like a fashion neoprene. Okay, here's an overall look at the whole thing again. Love the glasses, love the outfits, the brooches are to die for. It's like, I don't know if you guys remember certain cartoons from the 80s, also from the 60s, but like Silverhawks, Rankin Bass, they did Thundercats, then they did Silverhawks, then they did Tiger Sharks. And this is giving me Silverhawks aesthetic. It's, you know, especially the metallics. It's giving me also Thundercats aesthetic a little bit. But also, obviously, but then they were also inspired by the 60s as well. Those cartoons in particular. But especially this one with the little capelet wings. Very Silverhawks. So beautiful. Oh, the kids with the little bubbles. Oh, so cute. And this is Pierre Cardin's, I believe, nephew. If not something else, I think nephew. I'm not sure. He's kissing Marie Gaspard. She's the directrice de la haute couture, and she was also Pierre Cardin's muse in the 60s. And I had the pleasure of meeting her. Wonderfully elegant lady. Oh my God, she's so poised. How she moves through the room, it's just on another level. Beautiful woman. Oh, you did a great job, sir. I mean, if you did the job, you did a great job. Congratulations. I never applaud, or rarely do I applaud, but this one merits wonderful job. Wonderful. Ah, yes, bravo, bravo. Wasn't that a pip? Ah, I had so much fun. I had so much fun. So much fun. This is fashion, you guys. This. How's that? Ah, it's just, oh man, it heals my soul in these dark times. To see something like this makes me so happy. Also, Gem and the Holograms ish. Although Gem and the Holograms pushed it into the 80s, right? This was very 60s, but you know, just for a moment, it takes you out of your misery. It just takes you to that other place and makes you just, for a moment, just makes you happy. It just makes you happy. It really does. It was a mood. It was playful. It was hopeful. Hope for a better future, for a better place to live in, for a better place to be with other fellow human beings that you love. You know what I mean? That's hope to me. Pierre Cardin Spring Summer 2026. The only show I really loved this season. Ah, wonderful. Wonderful. And I know Pierre Cardin is no longer with us, but what are you going to do? You know, at least this other dude, he's carrying forth the legacy. I believe I believe this collection was very respectful of Pierre Cardin. Anyway, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this video. Let me know your thoughts down below. Thumb it up and never give up on love. Let's get to 100K subbies. Subscribe and push the notification button. Love you loads. Bye. Okay, I just said that because Debbie was saying earlier maybe you should post the video. So in case I have to snip it out of the live stream, at least I have an ending to it so we can post it. Although I don't know if it would get any views, but at least we, you know, at least anyway, you know what I mean. So anyway, I would like to bring in my co-host. Don't you dare tell me that I look Paul.
Talk to you never.
Miss Birkin, don't be rude. Okay, it's not talking. Good. But anyway, my co-host has been next to me this whole time. You know, it's a beauty, but like, I'm really sad that, you know, bags like this are, the more time passes and the more it acquires a really disgusting status symbol that I really don't like. And as much as I love this bag, and as much as I love the quality of this bag and the construction of this bag, and as much as I love the history of this bag, I keep seeing more and more new videos pop up of these bimbos just buying it for all the wrong reasons, showing it off for all the wrong reasons, and wearing, you know, and coming from like really weird backgrounds, some of them not really kosher at all. We're talking illegal shit and stuff. And I'm just like, it makes it hard to love heritage when you see the type of people who are actually buying it, you know? It makes it really, really, really hard. It really does. Because they're taking over the world, those kinds of people, you know? They're buying views on social media. They're, you know, buying subscribers, even buying comments sometimes. And there's just more and more of them. And then this bag is kind of more and more associated to that type of people. And it makes it harder and harder to kind of love it. for what it actually is because it becomes more and more a symbol of what they are. That's really disgusting to me. So, anyway, love you, Birkin, regardless of the situation we're at. Oh, Cass says, I don't watch them. Debbie says, I don't know them, and I'm happy for it. Cass says, me too, Debbie. SQ says, you have to put those vapid people out of your mind. I agree with you guys. Twilight Babe says, that was a wonderful fashion show. Thank you, Dacob. Well, thank you, too, for watching. Roger says, Sex and the City made me love Hermes, but Instagram made me hate it. Roger, girl, that's it. Such a good point. You made such a good point. Instagram also, oh my God, I get so disgusted when I see it on Instagram. I agree with you. You know? Same with cars, says SQ. People buying performance cars to schlep the kids to soccer practice and have no idea about the car. I know that type. The photos with the nails, with the open bag on their lap, Lamborghini logo on the steering wheel. There's a photo of the steering wheel to show off that it's a leather steering wheel, and then the little bag open with the influencer starter pack. The influencer starter pack rings and bracelets and the Alhambras and the this and the that's. Girl. Oh my God. Just how many more of those unboxings must we see before we call it a day? And everybody has the same thing. That's also another, point. It's like, oh my God, I have the same thing. I'm like, okay, so you have the same thing, so you're not special. Or wait a minute, you're not special. You want to belong. You want to be a part of this group of people who, I don't know what, can buy it? Is that it? So you want to conform. So this is about conforming. It's not about being individual. Good for you. Good luck. As Miranda would say, groundbreaking. Did you have fun today? Did you enjoy the show? Thumb up the live stream if you did. And don't forget, today we have an after show, another live stream for Tier 2 members and Tier 2 patrons coming up right after this show. But for now, I want to say thank you, mods, for keeping us safe today. Hit it, Bubbles.
A special thanks to the mods in the fashion bunker. That's my horror, all 3H, Gloria, Kev, Nicole, and Terry. Bubbles loves you.
This is your last chance to also move in to our mansion. We got only 5 inhabitants today. No, wait, there was somebody else, I think. Did we ring up all of the tips? Oh, well, we got 5 inhabitants, but they are very, very cool. So thank you guys so much for moving in the mansion. We're keeping the mansion open until Halloween. So there's going to be, who knows how many live streams from here to Halloween. But we have the mansion for that. And it's also your last chance to become a Tier 2 member or patron and join us in the after show live stream coming up after this. We'll go next.
Would go, would go, would go, would go, would go. Would go, would go, would go, would go, would go. Would go, would go, would go, would go, would go, would go. Would go, 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 would go.
Did you guys have fun? Did you guys have fun? Look how these sleeves are made. You see this? They've cut this insert under the armpit. So it's not just like a one line going through. No, there's this part that's inserted into the shirt. to extend it, and then I go straight down. I mean, it's very complex. Oh, Sarah S. I want to move into the mansion.
Sarah's
Thank you so
tipped
much,
$10.
Sarah. You're moving into the mansion, babes. Hold on, hold on. Let me move you into the mansion. And while I'm moving... Oh, Brenda also. Brenda, I'll move you into the... While I'm moving Sarah S. into the mansion, live in Ferret.
I'm living ferret, living ferret, living ferret, living ferret, living ferret, living ferret.
Sarah S. is gonna have a candy corn. There you are. And then we got Brenda. We're gonna move in Brenda. Brenda, thank you so much. Let me move Brenda into...
Brenda tipped $15. Enjoyed joining the live stream today. You speak truth and that's precious. Red heart emoji.
Oh my God, thank you so much, Brenda. Let me move you in to the mansion. And while I move Brenda in, die in Ferret.
Nine ferret, nine ferret, nine ferret, nine ferret, nine ferret.
Brenda! Brenda moved into the attic loft. Look at this mansion. Oh my God, the ladies are having a party in the mansion. This is amazing. Thank you guys so much. You know what? We're loving this mansion so much, we are obsessed with it.
I am obsessed. I am obsessed. I am obsessed. Oh, oh.
Period. Oh, Robbie Lorraine says, yes, it's called a gusset, this little thing. And we got the Vivienne little logo stitched in here. Shop Queen! Thank you so much.
Shop Queen tipped $15. Love tonight's show. I want to live in the fabulous mansion. Hope this can go towards your Pierre Cardin bag. Love you loads.
Oh my
Shop
God,
Queen,
thank you so
same
much,
as
Shop
Square.
Queen. Oh, Shop Queen, thank you so much. Wait, you're going to get a whole shop. Shop Queen is getting the entrance to the store in the lavender mansion. Hold on. There you go. And you're also going to get cotton candy. Not cotton candy. What's the other candy called? The candy corn. Shop Queen. You got the whole store here because you're a shop queen, so you got to shop. I love it. We're expanding, you guys. We're moving into the second mansion. This is gorgeous. Thank you so much. Miss Z's. Thank you.
Miss Z's tipped $5. Thanks for bringing joy into our current grey lives. Watching live now from Germany. Keep it up.
Hello to you and to
Miss Z's.
Germany. Thank you so much for joining us today. Hold on, let me prepare. Hold on. Oh, hold on, you guys. Okay. We're doing it. We're zipping it. We're doing it. Okay. So Miss Z's. And also a little tiny spider for Halloween. Perfect. So cute. Miss Z! There she is with the spitter. There's the spitter in the kitchen. There you go. Thank you guys so much. And what's the next one? Oh, yeah. You know the drill. Listen, Linda.
Listen, Linda. Listen, Linda. Listen, Linda.
It's our dinosaur, Linda. T-Rex. A little Jurassic Park goes a long way. Jurassic Park movie, 1. T-Rex. Fabulous. Linda eats a ton. Anyway, so we got Cha-Cha-Cha-Cha, but then did I miss another song? We have a best. Oh, we did Charlie. Yeah, I guess only Cha-Cha-Cha-Cha is missing, no? Oh, yay, I have to fix my name back to Shopkeep, but I stink when it comes to tech. Oh, honey, don't worry. We're all technology. I just updated my Instagram app and the whole thing changed and I hate it. I cannot handle the new Instagram app. It's so bad, you guys. Ah, Baby Yoda is next. Is he going to become visible or is he going to be invisible the whole time? Baby Yoda. He's invisible. I mean, he can be invisible. It's fine. We did it before. Oh, got here. Ah, he's invisible. Ah, he's visible. Hi, everybody. Are you going to sing Cha-Cha-Cha-Cha?
Ciao, 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 ciao. Ciao, 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 ciao.
Sing it, baby.
Ciao, 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 ciao.
Yay! Okay, bye, everybody. Okay, Baby Yoda, he's going to go have a snack, as usual. Well, that's it. Yeah, Debbie, I think that's it, right? Well, thank you guys so much for tuning in. I hope you had fun. It was a little bit of like serious topics, but we'll go. It was also fun in the end. We always do the cathartic moment. And I gotta say, in the after show, we have a lot of Chanel to talk about. It's gonna be fun. Love you loads. For those of you who are going to join us in the next stream in the following days, thank you so much for tuning in. Have a wonderful beginning of the new week. For those of you who are joining us in the after show, see you in a bit. As Wendy Williams would say, grab a snack and come on back to the after show, where we're going to do a little chitty-chatty, little chatta. Love you loads, guys. Have a wonderful night or morning. Roger Garcia, good night, Dacob. I loved every minute of it, my first live. I'm so glad you're with us, sweetie. Thank you for being with us. Nicole Ha, 5 foot nothing. Thank you, Dacob, and everyone. SQ, Robbie Lorraine, Debbie, Lyndon Alasco, and everybody else. Sarah S. Love you loads, guys. See you in the next one. Never forget to never give up on love, okay? Bye.